It started off as any other summer road trip. Four friends, Jake, Emily, Marcus, and Sarah, decided to drive from Denver to New Orleans, hoping to see the sights, hear some live jazz, and make a little mischief along the way. They packed Emily's old Subaru, loaded it with snacks, a couple of tents, sleeping bags, and enough alcohol to keep them festive for the week. Spirits were high as they left at dawn, the Rockies fading behind them as the road stretched endlessly south. The first day was nothing but fun. They stopped at roadside diners, took turns picking obscure songs from the old CDs Emily had found in the car, and laughed at every minor mishap. By the time night fell, they were somewhere in eastern Colorado, pulling off I-70 at a gas station that smelled faintly of gasoline and fried food. Marcus had insisted on stretching his legs, so they wandered around, swapping stories of creepy encounters they'd heard about while traveling. Emily joked that every time she went on a road trip, something bad happened, but everyone laughed it off. That was the kind of humor you needed when you were cooped up in a car for hours on end. Once back on the road, things started to feel off. The sky darkened faster than it should have, even though it was only 8 p.m. The empty stretch of highway seemed endless, with only the headlights cutting through a thick fog that wasn't in the forecast. Sarah, who was driving, kept glancing in the rearview mirror like she could see something there, but everyone chalked it up to exhaustion. It was just past 10 p.m. when the first incident happened. Jake was in the passenger seat scrolling through his phone when he swore he saw a figure standing on the side of the road. A man, tall, wearing what looked like a dirty trench coat with something glinting in his hand. He was gone in an instant, and Jake laughed nervously, blaming shadows, the fog, maybe a trick of the light. Sarah didn't say anything, but gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. Hours passed. They tried to keep themselves awake, turning on the radio and singing along, making jokes about how horror movies always start this way. That's when Marcus noticed the car behind them. At first, it looked like a random truck, but it had been there for miles, keeping pace no matter how fast Sarah drove. Every time the road turned, it followed. When Sarah sped up, it sped up. When she slowed, it slowed. No lights passed them, no other cars on the road, just the two vehicles, locked in this silent, eerie chase. Maybe it's just another car going to the same place, Marcus said, trying to sound calm, but his voice trembled slightly. Emily, leaning against the door, whispered, "It's been like hours. There's no way it's just coincidence." Sarah shook her head. "I'm going to get off at the next exit, see if it turns off too." She took the first exit, and the car followed. Every turn, every stop, every small rural road, they were always there. By now, fear had settled in. The friends were silent, exchanging worried glances. Marcus suggested calling 911, but the signal was dead. Just a single long stretch of black highway, broken only by dim, flickering streetlights that seemed to appear just to taunt them. Eventually, they pulled off at a dilapidated gas station, the kind where the lights flickered like they were moments from burning out completely. There was no one around, except the attendant behind the counter, who looked more like a scarecrow than a human. His eyes were hollow, and when he spoke, his voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it in years. "You folks lost?" he croaked. Sarah nodded, trying to sound normal. We think a car has been following us." The man didn't react. He just stared. "Some roads don't like visitors." Jake laughed nervously. "Yeah, sure. We just need gas." The man pointed toward the pumps. "You'll find some, but don't linger. Some nights, the road takes more than just time." They filled the car as fast as they could, and Marcus tried paying inside, but the attendant refused cash, only handing him a single, old, crumpled map. "Follow this if you want to get through, but don't look back." No one argued. They left, following the map, which led them to a back road that cut through a forested area. The trees grew dense, pressing against the edges of the car. The fog returned, thick and suffocating. The road narrowed, and then they heard it, a tapping, like fingernails on metal, coming from the roof. "Probably just branches," Sarah said, though her voice shook. But it wasn't branches. Every time they slowed, the tapping got louder. Every time they sped up, it seemed to run with them. Marcus swore he saw the reflection of a face in the rear window, gaunt, pale, with eyes too large for a human skull. He blinked, and it vanished. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes and centuries all at once. Exhaustion blurred reality. At one point, they took a wrong turn, following the map blindly. That's when they saw the house. It wasn't on the map. It shouldn't have been there. A two-story Victorian with lights on, though nothing stirred inside. Smoke drifted from the chimney, but there was no sound of life. Against every instinct, Sarah stopped. Jake and Emily got out, trying to rationalize it. Maybe someone's living here, Emily said. Maybe we can ask for directions. Marcus didn't move. We should just leave. I don't like this. Before anyone could argue further, the door creaked open. A figure stepped out, tall, dressed in black, faceless somehow, though you could feel its gaze burning into you. The figure didn't speak. It raised one hand, pointing down the road they'd come from, then vanished inside, the door slamming shut behind it. Panic overtook them. They ran back to the car, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life, and they sped away, not daring to look behind. The road ahead twisted unnaturally, like the forest itself had reshaped. The GPS failed completely, showing only a black screen. Hours, or maybe minutes later, they stumbled upon another road, one that led to a familiar highway. Relief washed over them, temporary and fragile. They stopped at a diner in a small town just off the road. The waitress was older, polite, but distant. Marcus asked about the road they'd just come from. "Oh, you mean Hollow Pines? Nobody goes that way at night," she said. "Strange things happen there. Cars vanish, people get lost. Some say the forest doesn't like strangers." Sarah, pale and exhausted, just nodded, her hands shaking. "We almost didn't make it." The friends didn't sleep that night, and by morning they were eager to leave. But something had changed. Every highway felt too quiet. Every town seemed smaller. Every turn of the road felt deliberate, as if the landscape itself was guiding them somewhere. A week later, they reached New Orleans, exhausted, traumatized, but alive. They tried to tell people about it, but the story sounded like a nightmare, impossible to believe. When they returned to Denver, the foggy stretch of I-70 called to them in dreams. Thick, dark, endless. And sometimes, late at night, they could swear they saw headlights outside their windows, always far enough to be unsettling, always following. No one ever drove Hollow Pines again, and yet the memory lingered, a permanent scar etched into their minds. They never spoke of the man in the trench coat or the faceless figure at the Victorian house. The road had touched them, whispered secrets they couldn't unhear, and the fear stayed with them like a shadow. Years later, Jake found a news article buried deep in an obscure local archive. It detailed multiple disappearances along a stretch of highway between Colorado and Kansas, all eerily similar, all dating back decades. Hollow Pines wasn't just a local legend, it was real, and it was patient, waiting for anyone foolish enough to drive its roads at night. The friends never traveled together again. Phones were always charged, GPS maps double-checked, routes planned meticulously. Yet every summer, a restless unease would creep in. They would remember the tapping, the headlights, the faceless figure, and the Victorian house that shouldn't have existed. And they would know, deep down, that somewhere the road was still out there, waiting. Story the end. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon as Jenna and Mike barreled down Route 66 in Mike's old Chevy Impala. They had left Chicago that morning, full of energy and excitement for their week-long road trip across the Midwest. The car's AC struggled against the late summer heat, and Mike was humming along to a classic rock station while Jenna scrolled through her phone, looking for quirky roadside attractions they could stop at. They had been driving for hours, the scenery gradually shifting from bustling towns to flat stretches of cornfields that seemed endless. Around 7:30 p.m., they passed a small gas station that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Mike suggested filling up, but Jenna, itching to keep moving and not wanting to get caught in the early evening traffic of small towns, waved it off. "I'm fine," she said. "Let's just keep going. We can stop at the next one." The next gas station, however, never appeared. The sun sank faster than they expected, and soon the golden horizon faded into a dark stretch of road lined with dense trees on both sides. The GPS signal flickered in and out, leaving them relying on the car's Maps app, which lagged frustratingly. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Jenna asked, glancing at the map. The road had narrowed into a single lane, and the white lines were fading. "Yeah," Mike said, squinting at the screen. "It's a shortcut, should save us about 40 minutes. The road twisted unnaturally, sharp turns giving way to stretches where the headlights barely illuminated the cracked asphalt ahead. Soon the forest pressed in on both sides, shadows stretching like long fingers across the hood of the car. Jenna felt a prickle of unease, the kind you get when silence feels heavy and unnatural. "Mike," she said quietly, "I don't like this. It feels wrong." He laughed, though it was forced. "Come on, it's fine. Just a couple more miles. I've driven this stretch before." Jenna didn't remember him ever mentioning it, but she let it slide. The car's headlights caught something ahead, an old rusted sign with peeling paint. "Welcome to Silver Pines, population 42. "Silver Pines?" Jenna asked. "That sounds tiny. Should we even stop here?" Mike shrugged. "Might be a good spot to stretch our legs." The town was eerily quiet. The streets were empty, and the few buildings they passed looked abandoned, windows dark and cracked. The local diner, which they assumed would be open, had its door chained and a note taped to the window, "Closed until further notice." "Maybe we should just keep going," Jenna suggested. Mike nodded in agreement, and they turned the car around, but when they tried to head back the way they came, the road seemed wrong. The turns didn't line up with the map, and the trees seemed closer, almost as if they had shifted overnight. "Okay, that's weird," Mike muttered, gripping the wheel. "Let me pull over and check the map." He stopped the car at a small clearing beside the road. The engine ticked as it cooled, and the only sound was the rustling of the trees and distant crows cawing. Jenna noticed movement in the shadows, something slipping between the trunks, just out of the reach of the headlights. "Mike," she whispered, "did you see that?" He followed her gaze, frowning. Probably just an animal, deer or something. But Jenna was certain it had been wrong, human-shaped. She shivered and leaned back in her seat. They drove on, trying to ignore the creeping sensation that someone or something was following them. The road twisted even more, eventually leading them to a narrow bridge. As they crossed it, the headlights caught a figure standing in the middle. A man, his clothes tattered, face pale in the beam, arms outstretched as if begging or warning. Mike slammed on the brakes. The car skidded slightly on the worn asphalt. The man didn't move when they stopped, only stared, his eyes reflecting in the headlights. "Do you see that?" Jenna hissed, her hands gripping the dashboard. Mike nodded, but before he could speak, the man turned and walked into the woods, disappearing as silently as he had appeared. "That's strange," Mike said, voice tight. "Probably just someone lost. Should we call the cops?" Jenna shook her head. "No. Let's just go. Fast." They accelerated, the car groaning as it fought the narrow road, but the sense of being followed didn't leave. Every time they glanced in the rearview mirror, they thought they saw a figure flicker between the trees, always just out of reach, vanishing when they blinked. Hours seemed to pass. The GPS finally regained a weak signal, directing them toward the next town, one that should have taken 30 minutes to reach. But when they arrived, the streets were empty, the lights dim, and a heavy mist hung low, making the town look like a place frozen in time. Jenna's phone buzzed, a notification from her mom, but the screen showed static instead of a message. The static flickered, and for a split second, she swore she saw words form. "Turn back," she screamed, grabbing Mike's arm. "We need to leave. Now." Mike nodded, trying to start the car, but the engine wouldn't turn over. Panic set in, their fear magnified by the silence of the town. They tried again and again, the engine groaning like a dying animal before sputtering and falling silent. Then, from the fog, a sound. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from every direction at once. Jenna could see shadows moving, silhouettes just beyond the mist, circling. The hair on her arms stood on end. "What do they want?" she whispered, voice trembling. Mike didn't answer. He was trying the ignition one last time. The engine roared to life just as a shadow darted across the road in front of the car. Mike swerved, barely avoiding it, the tires skidding on the wet asphalt. They didn't stop. They drove until the fog thinned and the road widened. Only when the town disappeared behind them did they dare to slow down. Both were silent, hearts pounding, gripping the wheel and dashboard as if their lives depended on it, because somehow they knew it did. They finally reached a familiar highway, one that led to the interstate. Relief washed over them, but neither spoke. They kept driving, the events of the night gnawing at the edges of their minds. By the time they reached a lit gas station 3 hours later, the sun had fully risen. Jenna stepped out of the car, stretching her stiff legs. She looked back at the road behind them, as if to half expecting to see something lurking in the distance. Nothing. Just the flat Midwestern landscape. They filled the tank and bought coffee, still shaken. Mike checked the car, muttering about how strange the engine had sounded. Jenna stayed near the car, refusing to look back. Finally, she asked, "Do you think anyone else is missing in that town?" Mike shook his head slowly. "I don't know. I hope not. Honestly, I just hope we never go back." They drove on, silence settling between them, each lost in thoughts they couldn't fully share. The highway stretched endlessly, but the memory of Silver Pines and the shadows on the road clung to them, a reminder that sometimes shortcuts are shortcuts to something far worse. By the time they reached St. Louis later that day, they promised each other they'd stick to the main highways, never venturing onto abandoned backroads again. But even weeks later, when Jenna tried to describe the night to her friends, her voice faltered, the memories of those eyes in the darkness too vivid to ignore. Mike still drove, sometimes glancing in the rearview mirror, a habit he couldn't break. Every dark stretch of road made him tense. Every shadow made him uneasy. They tried to laugh it off, rationalize it, but deep down both knew what they had seen, or at least what had seen them. No one could explain Silver Pines. There were no missing persons reports, no news articles, nothing on the map beyond a small dot labeled as Ghost Town. But they knew. And that knowledge was a weight they carried every time they hit the road. Even now, years later, whenever Jenna hears a cawing crow at dusk or sees the mist roll in low over a field, she remembers that night. She remembers the figure on the bridge. She remembers the whisper of static words on her phone. And she knows, without doubt, that somewhere out there, Silver Pines is waiting, patient and silent, ready for the next travelers who think they can take a shortcut through the dark. Story, the end. The sun was just dipping behind the hills as Sarah and Mike rolled out of their small hometown in Ohio, their old Jeep packed with camping gear, snacks, and the faint thrill of the unknown. It was mid-September, the air crisp but not cold, the kind of night that promised adventure. They had been planning this road trip for months, coasting down the back roads through Pennsylvania, a short stop in the Pocono Mountains, and then eventually winding up in upstate New York to see the fall foliage. It was supposed to be a weekend escape from their daily grind, just the two of them, no phones, no responsibilities. The first leg of the drive was uneventful, the highway stretching like a ribbon before them, dotted with the occasional diner or gas station. They sang along to old road trip playlists, laughing at inside jokes and mocking the bad pop songs that somehow made it onto Mike's carefully curated list. By the time they took the exit that would take them onto a narrower, less traveled road, the sun had fully set, and the trees on either side of the two-lane highway had morphed into looming shadows. That sign said something about a rest area in 2 miles, Sarah said, squinting into the darkness. Maybe we should stop, stretch our legs. I don't love driving this road in the dark. Mike shook his head. Nah, we're fine. It's not like it's pitch black. Look, there's some moonlight. We'll make it to the next town in like 20 minutes. He kept driving, the Jeep's headlights slicing through the night. The road started to narrow further, the trees pressing closer to the asphalt. A low fog began to creep in, curling around the Jeep, softening the edges of the road and muting the sounds of their tires. Sarah frowned. Did it just get colder? She asked. Mike chuckled, reaching over to squeeze her hand. You're imagining it. I told you fall's coming. The air's going to be chilly at night. They passed an old, dilapidated sign half swallowed by ivy. Something about it seemed familiar, yet they couldn't read the faded letters in the dark. As they drove past, Sarah felt a shiver run up her spine. I swear I've seen that sign before, she muttered. You've been staring at the trees too long, Mike said. They continued, the road curving sharply to the left. The Jeep's headlights revealed a figure standing at the edge of the pavement. At first, Sarah thought it was a trick of the fog, a shadow cast by the trees. Then the figure moved. Holy shit, she yelped. Mike slammed on the brakes. The Jeep skidded slightly on the damp asphalt. The figure, a man, tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat, was standing completely still now, almost frozen in place. His face was obscured by shadow. Do you see that? Sarah whispered, her voice tight. Mike nodded, but before he could respond, the man raised one arm and waved. Slowly, deliberately. "Should we pick him up?" Sarah asked, her words trembling. Mike's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "No, just keep driving." But as the Jeep passed, the man was gone, vanished. Sarah swore she had seen him lift one foot off the ground like he'd been standing on air. Her chest tightened. "Maybe it's just a deer or something," Mike said, though his voice lacked conviction. They drove in tense silence, the fog growing thicker. Then the Jeep sputtered. Mike glanced at the dashboard. Empty. Gas. Out. Shit. "We're out of gas," Sarah said, her voice rising. Mike cursed under his breath. "There's supposed to be a gas station in the next town. We must have misread the sign." He tried to start the Jeep again, and it coughed but didn't turn over. The engine refused. "Great. So we're stranded in the middle of nowhere," Sarah said. "Not nowhere," Mike muttered, grabbing a flashlight from the glove compartment. "We'll walk. There has to be a house or something down the road." They stepped out into the fog, the beam of the flashlight cutting a narrow path ahead. The night was unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a branch made Sarah jump. After walking for what felt like 10 minutes, they saw a faint light through the trees. Relief surged in Sarah's chest, though it quickly turned into unease as they approached. The light came from a small cabin set back from the road. The windows were grimy, but a warm, flickering glow spilled into the yard. Mike knocked on the door. No answer. Knocked again, louder. Still nothing. "Maybe no one's home," Sarah said. Then the door creaked open, seemingly by itself. Mike?" she whispered. He stepped inside cautiously, its flashlight held high. The cabin smelled of damp wood and something faintly metallic. The living room was bare except for a table with 2 chairs and a fireplace, long cold. A rocking chair in the corner swayed slowly, as if someone had just been sitting in it. "Hello?" Mike called out. No answer. But as they moved toward the back of the cabin, Sarah noticed a wall covered with photographs. Close-up shots of people's faces, eyes wide in fear, mouths open in silent screams. Her stomach lurched. "Mike, we need to go," she said, voice shaking. He froze, staring at the photos. "What the hell?" Then they heard it, a faint scratching from the attic above them. Sarah grabbed Mike's arm. "Run!" They bolted for the door, but it slammed shut before they could reach it. The flashlight flickered and went out. The attic floorboards creaked, and a low, guttural voice muttered something they couldn't understand. Mike slammed his shoulder against the door. It didn't budge. The voice got louder, more insistent. They could hear footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming down the stairs. Desperate, Sarah noticed a small window at the back of the cabin. She ran and tried to push it open. It was stuck. Her hands were shaking, scraping the glass. Mike came to help, and together they forced it open. They climbed out, landing hard on the damp ground. Behind them, the door rattled as if something massive was trying to get out. They ran without looking back, stumbling through the fog, the beam of their flashlight useless now. Minutes later, or was it hours, they reached the road again. The Jeep sat where they had left it, but the engine had mysteriously started. Mike jumped in, and they sped off without a word, the fog clinging to their tires like a living thing. The rest of the drive was silent, punctuated only by Sarah's shivering breaths and Mike's occasional glance in the rearview mirror. When they finally reached a gas station in the next town, it was nearly dawn. They filled up, avoiding eye contact with anyone, refusing to talk about what happened. Months later, they tried to return to the same route during the day, hoping to rationalize what had happened. But when they reached the turnoff for the narrow road, it was gone. The trees were still there, but the road had disappeared, replaced by a field of tall grass and brush. The dilapidated sign they had passed, gone. Even Google Maps showed nothing. They never spoke of the cabin again, but the memory haunted Sarah. She would wake in the middle of the night hearing the faint creak of a rocking chair or the scraping of attic steps. And sometimes when the fog rolls in thick over their town, she swears she sees a figure standing at the edge of the road, one arm raised in a slow wave. Mike tries to laugh it off, calls it stress or imagination. But Sarah knows what she saw, and she knows the truth. Some roads are better left untraveled, and some nights are meant to remain in darkness. Story the end. It started as a simple road trip for 4 friends, Jake, Amy, Marcus, and me. We were all college seniors looking to blow off some steam before graduation. Our plan was to drive from Columbus, Ohio to Nashville, Tennessee, a straight shot down I-71 and I-65, about 6 hours if you didn't stop too much. We packed the car with snacks, beer, a cooler, and a tent, thinking we'd find a campsite somewhere along the way for one night. Nothing fancy, just a break from reality. The drive was easy at first. Jake was behind the wheel. He loved driving long distances. The first 2 hours flew by. Amy was singing along to an old playlist. Marcus was making us laugh with stories we'd heard 100 times. And I was navigating. Around the 3-hour mark, somewhere near Louisville, Kentucky, we decided to take a short detour. Jake had read about a scenic backroad route that supposedly cut a little time off the drive and had better views. It started innocently enough, rolling hills, stretches of trees, a few barns here and there. Then we hit a part of the road that was no longer paved. The asphalt ended abruptly, and we were on a narrow gravel road that twisted like a snake. The GPS didn't update properly, showing only a dotted line and a recalculating route message. I suggested turning back, but Jake insisted we keep going, saying we'd eventually hit a main road. After 15 minutes of driving, the sun began to dip below the horizon. Shadows stretched across the forest like fingers, and the air got noticeably colder. I first noticed something was off when we saw the old truck. It was parked haphazardly on the side of the road, half buried in weeds. Headlights shattered. "Weird," Marcus said, peering out the window. "It doesn't look abandoned. It looks left in a hurry." None of us got a good look at it before we passed, and a twinge of unease settled in my stomach. We kept driving, the road narrowing further, branches scraping against the car like fingers trying to get in. The GPS now showed no route, just a blinking blue dot moving over a blank gray. I joked about us being on some horror movie road, but nobody laughed. Then we saw it, someone standing in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it was too tall, impossibly still. A man, ragged clothes, pale skin, hair matted, staring at us with blank eyes. Jake swerved slightly, almost hitting him, and he didn't move. Amy shrieked, and Marcus swore he saw the man's face twist into a grin for just a second before disappearing into the woods. We stopped the car, hearts racing. "Maybe we should turn back," I said. Jake's hands tightened on the wheel. "We're fine. Just keep driving." 5 minutes later, we hit a dead end. Literally. The road ended at a crumbling bridge, wooden planks rotting to gaps wide enough to see the river rushing below. There were no signs, no lights, just the forest and the river. That's when the noises started. Not a bear or coyote, not the normal forest sounds, but whispers. Low, indistinct, like a crowd murmuring. We couldn't pinpoint the source, and it sounded like it was all around the car. Jake tried to reverse, but the car got stuck in soft gravel near the bridge. Panic set in. Marcus tried calling for help, but there was no signal. Amy kept whispering that she saw someone at the edge of the tree line, moving closer every time she looked. I tried to rationalize it, maybe other hikers or campers, but my gut said otherwise. We decided to stay in the car until morning. Doors locked, lights off, windows rolled up. Hours passed. Occasionally we'd see figures at the edge of the headlights, just standing there watching. Once one of them banged on the side of the car. We didn't dare roll the windows down. The whispers never stopped, growing louder as the night went on. Sleep was impossible. Around 3 a.m., the engine sputtered. Jake had left the keys in the ignition to keep the battery from dying, but now the car refused to start. We were trapped. The whispering got more distinct, almost like voices speaking our names. Amy began sobbing quietly, and Marcus tried to keep it together, but the tension was suffocating. Then came the footsteps. Not on gravel, not on the leaves, but on the roof of the car. Slow, deliberate. We didn't move, too scared to breathe. Suddenly, all went quiet. For a few minutes, the forest held its breath with us. Then the engine turned over. Not Jake, not Marcus, not anyone inside. Just started on its own. The headlights flicked on, and we swore we saw shadows move along the bridge, darting into the woods. Without discussing it, Jake shifted the car into gear, backing up as fast as he dared. We drove for what felt like an eternity. The GPS suddenly flickered back to life, and we were on a road I recognized, Route 42. Dawn was breaking, casting a gray light over the hills. We didn't speak for miles. When we finally stopped at a gas station outside Louisville to catch our breath, we noticed something strange. Mud on the tires, scratches along the doors, and something smeared across the hood. I went to wipe it away and realized it wasn't mud. It was dried blood. None of us said anything as we got back on the highway. The rest of the trip to Nashville was quiet. We didn't stop except for gas, never spoke about the incident beyond weird road detour. But things changed after that trip. Marcus started waking up in the middle of the night, hearing whispering voices in empty rooms. Amy refused to drive on country roads. Jake became obsessed with checking GPS coordinates and reading about lost roads and haunted highways. And me? I can't pass an abandoned bridge without feeling someone watching me. A month later, I decided to look up that dead-end bridge. I didn't tell the others. I found an old article from the local paper, dated 20 years ago, about a family who vanished on that very road. They'd been driving the same route, taken the back road shortcut, and never been seen again. Locals claimed the road was cursed, that people saw strange figures and heard voices, and some swore the forest itself took travelers who lingered too long. The article included a photo of the bridge, same crumbling planks, same twisted railings, and behind it, shadowy figures that looked familiar. I stopped reading after that. I didn't call the others. I didn't want them to know I'd found it. But I never forgot the way those whispers sounded, the way the shadows moved. I've driven plenty of roads since then, highways, freeways, city streets. But there's one lesson I learned. Some shortcuts aren't worth it. Some roads aren't meant to be driven. A year after the trip, Jake disappeared. No note, no trace, nothing. Amy moved across the country, Marcus dropped out of school and joined the military, and I never went near back roads again. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, I see them. Figures at the edge of the tree line, just standing there, watching. And sometimes, if the wind is right, I can hear them whisper my name, story the end. It started as one of those classic summer road trips. A group of 4 college friends crammed into a beat-up Honda Civic, windows down, music blasting, and the open road ahead. Emily was driving, and the plan was simple. Start in Chicago, head west through Iowa, Nebraska, and Colorado, finally hitting the mountains in Utah before looping back. Nothing fancy, just a spontaneous break from the monotony of final exams. Spirits were high, and the miles rolled past like seconds, the kind of carefree time you think will never end. By the 3rd day, they were in rural Nebraska. The landscape had flattened into endless fields, punctuated by occasional barns and silos. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon when Jake, sitting shotgun, spotted a tiny diner off the highway. "Guys, we should grab dinner here," he said, pointing at the neon sign flickering faintly. "Hank's Diner, open late." It was the kind of place that seemed stuck in the 70s. Vinyl booths lined the walls, the jukebox hummed a staticky tune, and the smell of grease and fried food hung heavy. The waitress was older, her hair in a tight bun, eyes sharp. She smiled faintly as she handed menus, but it wasn't the warm kind of smile. It was the sort that made you glance around, half expecting someone behind the counter to say, "Just kidding." They ordered burgers, fries, and coffee. Conversation flowed easily, but something felt. The other tables were empty, except for one in the far corner where a man sat alone, slumped over a cup of coffee, his face obscured by the brim of a hat. Occasionally he would lift his head and stare directly at them. Emily tried to shrug it off. "Maybe he's just lonely," she said. Jake, ever the skeptic, laughed. "Or creepy. Probably just wants to borrow our car." They paid and got back on the road, but the sun had fully set now, and the darkness felt heavier than it should. They were on a 2-lane highway, stretches of cornfields on either side, no streetlights, and very little traffic. A storm was rolling in, lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the road. "Let's make good time," Emily said, gripping the wheel. "We don't want to get stuck out here." About an hour later, the Civic started sputtering. At first, it was just a hiccup, but then the engine died completely. Emily swore under her breath. "Not now. Come on." She tried restarting it, but the car refused to turn over. Jake checked the gas gauge. "Full tank," he said, frowning. "This makes no sense." They had no cell service, of course, not in the middle of nowhere. The only thing to do was get out and look. The storm had picked up, rain lashing the windshield, wind shaking the car like it was trying to push them off the road. They trudged through the mud toward a faint glow in the distance, a small gas station they hadn't seen on the map. It was closed. The windows were covered in grime, a single flickering light over the door. No cars, no one. Emily pounded on the glass. Hello? Anybody here? A man emerged from the shadows behind the station, tall, thin, wearing a worn brown coat. His hair was long, greasy, and matted. Need help? He said, his voice rough like sandpaper. Our car broke down, Emily said. Can you help us? He stared at them a moment too long. I can, he said finally, but you'll have to come inside first. It's safer. Jake exchanged a glance with the others. Safe inside a creepy abandoned gas station? He muttered. Emily nodded, hesitant, but the storm made staying outside almost unbearable. Inside, the station was worse than it looked. Dust covered everything. Shelves were empty except for a few cans of old beans, and the air smelled like mildew and rot. There was a small counter, and behind it a phone that didn't look like it had been used in decades. The man gestured toward a back room. Sit. I'll get some tools. Don't go wandering. Time passed. At first, they joked nervously, trying to shake the tension. Then they heard it, a slow, dragging sound from the back room, something metal scraping across the floor. They froze. Jake whispered, Did he drop something? Emily tried the door to leave, but it was locked. Hey, let us out! The man appeared, holding what looked like a large wrench, his eyes wild. You'll need to stay. Don't move. Panic set in. Jake grabbed a chair, ready to defend, while Sarah whispered prayers under her breath. The man advanced, but instead of attacking, he stopped suddenly, listening. Somewhere behind the walls, they heard muffled voices. Low, guttural, almost chanting. What is that? Sarah stammered. The man didn't answer. His gaze darted around the room, nervous, afraid. You shouldn't have come here, he muttered. They don't like visitors. Before they could question him further, the back wall of the station groaned, a slow crack forming as if the building itself were breathing. Shadows moved behind the wall, indistinct shapes that slithered, too fast to be human. The man screamed something in a language none of them recognized, then lunged for the back exit, shoving them toward the front door. They ran. Rain poured, mud clinging to their shoes, adrenaline making every step feel surreal. The Civic was exactly where they left it. Emily jumped in, turned the key, and miraculously, it started. The engine roared to life. They didn't look back. The road ahead was black, empty. They drove fast, ignoring the rain and the thunder, but something kept them uneasy. Every time lightning flashed, they thought they saw figures at the edge of the road, tall, thin, impossibly fast. Sometimes in the rearview mirror, they glimpsed shapes sitting in the back seat just for a second. Every time they looked, nothing was there. Hours later, they finally hit a town. A small late-night gas station with flickering fluorescent lights, normal people inside, coffee brewing. They stopped, trembling, trying to make sense of what had happened. Jake called the local sheriff to report the abandoned station. The line was dead. Emily checked online the next day once they had cell service. There was no record of the gas station ever existing. No maps, no business registrations, no history. Locals said there had never been a station in that part of the highway. They returned to Chicago shaken, unable to forget the man, the chanting, and the shapes in the dark. Months later, Emily would drive past rural Nebraska again on TV, a news story about a missing college group on a road trip. Names partially obscured, dates off by a week. The image showed an empty stretch of highway exactly where they had broken down. They never spoke of the back room, the metal scraping, or the man in the brown coat. But every time Emily drives at night past desolate stretches of road, she swears she sees the same shapes, waiting at the edge, just beyond the headlights. Sometimes in the rearview mirror, she thinks she sees someone, tall, thin, wearing a worn brown coat, smiling at her from the back seat. Story, the end. It started like any other summer road trip. 4 college friends, Mitch, Jenna, Kyle, and Lisa, had piled into Mitch's beat-up 2002 Ford Explorer on a Friday morning, packed with tents, sleeping bags, and enough snacks to survive a small apocalypse. Their plan was simple: drive from Denver to the Grand Canyon, hitting national parks along the way. Music blaring, windows down, spirits high, the roads stretched ahead like a ribbon of adventure. By the time they hit the Wyoming border, the sun was high, baking the asphalt and making the car feel like an oven. Jenna, who loved scenic routes, had insisted they take the back roads instead of the highway. At first, it was beautiful. Rolling hills, dense forests, and the occasional grazing deer. But the further they drove, the narrower and rougher the roads became. The asphalt turned to gravel, and the trees closed in so tightly that sunlight barely reached the hood. Kyle, who was navigating with an old paper map because he refused to trust GPS entirely, frowned. "This doesn't look right," he muttered. "We should have hit the 14 by now." Mitch shrugged, tapping the steering wheel. "Road trips are about detours, man. Relax." Hours passed. The radio signal went in and out, static replacing music every few minutes. The friends laughed nervously about how backwoods it all was, but the mood subtly shifted when they realized they hadn't seen another car in over an hour. The GPS, which Kyle had reluctantly turned on, started acting glitchy, rerouting them in impossible loops through dense woods. When the sun began to dip, painting the sky a deep orange, Jenna spotted a small clearing with an old gas station that looked abandoned. "Let's stop here and stretch," she suggested. The building was dilapidated, windows covered in grime, the paint peeling. A rusty pump leaned precariously to one side. Mitch parked, and the four stepped out into the still air, which smelled faintly of decay and something metallic. "Nothing looks open," Lisa said, peering into the dark interior. Kyle, ever the adventurer, pushed the door. It creaked ominously. "It's probably just storage or something. Maybe there's a bathroom." Inside, the station was a time capsule from decades ago. Shelves lined with dusty cans, newspapers from 1982, and an old cash register that had clearly not rung in years. As they wandered, Lisa noticed faint footprints on the dusty floor. "Guys, look at this," she whispered. The prints were fresh. Mitch laughed nervously. "Probably an animal." Jenna wasn't so sure. "I don't think so. They look human." The unease was palpable. They decided not to linger and got back in the car, the gravel crunching under the tires sounding unnervingly loud in the still evening. They drove on, but the road seemed to twist impossibly, the trees crowding closer, the shadows longer. Night fell fast, and soon the beams of their headlights cut through a darkness so thick it felt almost physical. About 30 minutes later, they saw a figure on the road. At first, Mitch thought it was a hitchhiker, but as they approached, he slammed on the brakes. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in ragged clothes, standing perfectly still. When Mitch tried to roll the window down to ask if he needed help, the man raised a hand slowly, then pointed to the left toward a side road they hadn't noticed before. "He wants us to go that way?" Jenna asked, voice trembling. Mitch hesitated. "No way. Keep going straight." But Kyle, curious and reckless, whispered, "Maybe he's lost or something. Let's check it out." Against Mitch's protests, they turned down the side road. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. The air grew colder, and the trees pressed in so tightly that the headlights barely penetrated. The gravel turned to dirt, the road becoming rough and uneven. They passed an old, broken sign that read, "Welcome to Black Hollow," the letters rusted and half missing. They drove for what felt like hours, though the dashboard clock insisted only 20 minutes had passed. Then the car hit a pothole, or something worse, and the right front tire blew. The vehicle swerved onto the side, bouncing over roots and rocks. Mitch managed to stop the car, heart pounding, sweat dripping down his back. "Great," he muttered. "Now we're stuck." Kyle tried calling for help, but there was no signal. Lisa shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. "This place, it doesn't feel real." Jenna spotted something in the trees, a faint, flickering light. "Maybe someone's nearby," she suggested, hope threading her voice. They grabbed flashlights and set out, trying to follow the dim glow. The light led them to a small cabin, old and ramshackle, smoke curling lazily from the chimney. Relief flooded them. Finally, some human contact. They knocked, and a voice called out, hoarse and slow, "Come, it's cold out there." Inside, the cabin was surprisingly warm. A fire burned in the hearth, casting shadows that danced across the walls lined with shelves full of jars of preserves. An older man sat at a table, hunched, his face obscured by shadows. "Sit," he said. "Eat." Hunger and fear combined to make them comply. The man served stew, thick and steaming, and they ate quickly, too polite to question him. Once they were done, he leaned back. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Not many people pass through Black Hollow these days." Kyle, trying to keep the mood light, laughed nervously. "Yeah, we kind of got lost." The man's eyes glinted in the firelight. "Lost? Yes, that happens often. Roads here, they shift." Mitch frowned. "What do you mean? Roads don't just shift." The man smiled thinly. "In Black Hollow, things aren't as they seem. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the back of the cabin. They jumped, flashlights swinging toward the sound. The man's expression didn't change. "That's just the house settling," he said. But Mitch could see a shadow move quickly past a window, disappearing into the darkness outside. Lisa's voice trembled. I want to leave." The man's eyes darkened. "You can leave, eventually." They decided to wait until morning, trying to convince themselves that sleep would clear the fear. But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak, every whisper of wind through the trees sounded like footsteps circling the cabin. Around 3 a.m., Lisa woke to find Mitch gone. Panic surged. They searched, calling his name, but the forest swallowed their voices. When dawn broke, they found Mitch standing at the edge of the clearing, staring blankly into the woods. "We need to go," he said finally. His voice wasn't quite his own, flat, hollow. They packed into the car silently, the old man watching them from the cabin doorway. The side road back seemed longer, twisting, unfamiliar. Every tree looked the same, every shadow menacing. Hours passed with no sign of the main road. Finally, they saw lights, headlights. A truck coming toward them. Relief surged. Mitch waved frantically. The truck slowed, then vanished. Just like that, into thin air. By noon, exhausted and terrified, they somehow stumbled onto the highway again. The landscape was familiar, but an uneasy sense lingered, a suspicion that something from Black Hollow had followed them. They didn't stop for gas. They didn't speak much. Even the radio, which had cut out completely in the forest, stayed silent. Weeks later, Kyle tried looking up Black Hollow online. There was no record of it. No small town, no abandoned gas station, nothing. Jenna swore she saw the man's reflection in her bedroom mirror once, smiling just behind her. Lisa refused to drive through back roads ever again. Mitch never spoke of it, but sometimes at night, staring out the window, he muttered about the roads shifting and how they were never really gone. They all agreed never to take detours again, to stick to the highways, to avoid the back roads that might lead somewhere else. But deep down, each of them wondered if what they had encountered was real, or if the forest had just consumed them for a little while. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind whistled through the trees or the road stretched empty and silent, each of them felt the unmistakable pull of Black Hollow calling again. Story. The end. The highway stretched out before us like a gray ribbon, endless and empty, the kind of road that makes your headlights seem small, like tiny fireflies in the dark. It was the last weekend of summer, and 4 of us, me, my brother Ethan, our friend Mike, and his girlfriend Laura, had decided to take a road trip from Ohio to Montana. We were driving my beat-up Honda Civic, the one with the cracked windshield and the worn-out seats that smelled faintly of old fast food. The plan was simple. Drive through the night, make it to the Rockies by morning, camp under the stars, and take in the scenery. Nothing could go wrong. At least, that's what we thought. We had been on the road for about 6 hours, the neon glow of gas stations fading behind us when Ethan first mentioned it. "Did you guys see that guy back there?" he asked, squinting into the rearview mirror. We were on a stretch of Route 20 that cut through farmlands, had nothing but cornfields on either side. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the road was deserted. "Guy?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "I swear I saw someone standing at the side of the road, just staring at us. Middle of nowhere, no lights, just standing there." He shook his head, laughing nervously. "Probably just a farmer or something." "Don't freak out." Mike groaned from the passenger seat. "Dude, it's probably just your imagination. Focus on driving." We laughed it off, but there was a weird tension that settled in the car. Every shadow along the roadside seemed to move. Every rustle in the trees felt deliberate. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on fatigue and the monotony of endless black pavement. About an hour later, as we crossed into Indiana, the car's headlights caught movement again. This time there was definitely someone, or something, on the shoulder. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie and jeans. He wasn't walking, he was just standing there, perfectly still, staring at us as we drove past. Ethan cursed under his breath. Laura, sitting silently in the back, pressed her face into the seat, her fingers clutching the fabric. "Okay, that's not normal," Mike muttered. "Why is he just standing there?" "I don't know," I said, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Maybe he's hitchhiking or something. Just keep driving." We passed the man, but the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it escalated. For the next hour, we kept seeing him, or someone like him, at various points along the road. Every time we slowed down to check, he would be gone. Just gone, like he'd melted into the darkness. By the time we reached a gas station around 2 a.m., we were all on edge. We pulled up under the flickering lights, shaking off the unease. Ethan got out to fill the tank while I went inside to grab coffee. The place was empty, save for the cashier, a pale man in his 40s with bloodshot eyes who didn't speak much. When I asked about the stretch of road we'd just driven, he gave me a flat stare. "People don't usually see anyone out there," he said, his voice low. "That's not a good area to be on your own at night." I nodded, pretending not to be scared, and returned to the car. Ethan slid back in, and Laura whispered, "I don't like this. Let's just stick to main roads." We drove on, but the unease didn't fade. Around 3 a.m., we were on a deserted 2-lane highway, miles from the nearest town. That's when it started. The tapping. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe a loose piece of trim on the car, but it got louder, faster, deliberate. Mike yelped. "Do you hear that?" he asked. Before I could respond, the tapping turned into banging. Something was hitting the car running alongside us. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding, and the banging stopped. Silence. Then a shadow darted past the windshield. A figure. No face, just dark, human-shaped, moving impossibly fast. Laura screamed and pressed herself into the door. Ethan tried to calm her down. "It's nothing," he said, but his voice was trembling. "We're fine. Just drive." I forced the car into motion again, but the banging resumed almost immediately. It was on the roof, on the hood, even the windows. We sped up, but the thing kept pace with us, running effortlessly alongside the car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. "Turn off the road! Now!" Ethan shouted. I swerved onto a gravel path leading into a forested area. The moment we left the highway, the banging stopped. Dead silent. I killed the headlights and coasted to a stop. "Where are we?" Laura whispered, terrified. "I have no idea," I admitted. We were deep in the woods, surrounded by tall trees that blocked out the moonlight. The air was thick and humid, the kind of silence that makes your own heartbeat deafening. Then we heard it. A whisper. A single word, faint but clear, "Run." We bolted out of the car. I grabbed a flashlight from the glove box and swept the beam around. Nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the gravel path disappearing into darkness. We decided to keep moving, sticking close together. Every step we took seemed to echo, but we didn't stop. We had no plan, no map, nothing but instinct telling us to get out. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a cabin, small, decrepit, with windows boarded up. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and a dim light flickered inside. Desperate for help, we knocked. No answer. We tried the door. Locked. But there was a side window, slightly ajar. Ethan and Mike pried it open, and we crawled in. Inside, it was like stepping into another world. Dust everywhere, old furniture covered in white sheets, and the faint smell of rot. Then we saw the walls, scratched into the wood, dozens of names, dates, some crossed out, others barely legible. We realized these were the names of people who had gone missing in the area. The thought made Laura gag. I felt bile rise in my throat. A sudden noise made us freeze, a slow, deliberate creak from the floor above. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate pacing back and forth. None of us spoke. The light upstairs flickered and we saw a shadow moving behind the curtain. Then a low, guttural laugh and the words, "You shouldn't be here." We bolted back to the window, but the figure, tall, impossibly thin, its face obscured by darkness, appeared in the doorway. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like it wasn't fully human. We climbed out, running blindly into the woods, branches slapping our faces, roots catching our feet. The laughter followed, echoing, growing louder, as if the trees themselves were mocking us. We ran for what felt like hours until we broke through the tree line onto another road. Headlights. A car coming toward us, we waved frantically. The driver stopped and motioned us in. It was an old man, grim-faced, who didn't ask questions, just drove. We didn't speak either, gasping for breath, hearts hammering in our chests. He dropped us at the next town, miles from where the cabin had been. We never looked back, never spoke of it again. But when we got home, we checked the news. There were reports of missing travelers along that stretch of highway. People disappearing, some never found, others turning up days later, terrified, incoherent, speaking of shadows that chased them at night. We had been lucky, or cursed, to survive. Even now, when I drive at night, I see shadows at the edge of my vision. I hear tapping when there's no one there. And every time I pass an empty stretch of road, I remember the man in the hoodie, standing perfectly still, waiting, always watching. Some part of me knows it's still out there, waiting for the next car, the next unsuspecting travelers who think a late night road trip is harmless fun. Story the end. The sky was bruised purple when we left Chicago, the horizon smeared with streaks of orange that promised a long, warm summer evening. I was packed into the backseat of my best friend Jake's old Chevy Impala, the leather seats cracked and sticky in the heat, along with our two friends, Mara and Tony. We had the windows down, music blaring, the wind whipping our hair into tangled chaos, the kind of chaos that feels like freedom. Our plan was simple: drive Route 66 all the way to California, make it a week-long road trip with stops at cheap motels, dive bars, and the kind of roadside attractions that people only go to once. We didn't know it yet, but that simplicity would be what made everything unravel so easily. The first 2 days were textbook fun. We hit St. Louis, saw the Gateway Arch, and laughed ourselves hoarse trying to take a group selfie at some sketchy diner that served pie so sweet it made your teeth hurt. We slept in a motel that smelled faintly of mildew and bleach, but that was part of the charm. Nobody noticed anything strange. At least, not yet. It wasn't until we crossed into Missouri's northern stretches that the atmosphere began to shift. The sun dipped earlier than expected behind the rolling hills, casting long shadows across the two-lane highways that were already getting lonely. Truckers waved as they passed, but otherwise we saw almost no one. Mara, ever the worrier, kept commenting on how quiet it was. "It feels wrong," she said, fiddling with her phone as if hoping a signal would magically appear. Jake, being Jake, waved her off. "Relax, it's just the middle of nowhere. That's the point." He had always loved the open road, that the kind of reckless abandon that made me nervous sometimes. Tony, leaning against the dashboard, shrugged and started telling stories from his own childhood, trying to lighten the mood. I smiled, pretending not to notice the unease creeping in around us. By nightfall, we realized we were far off the main route. GPS had gone out hours ago, leaving only a fading paper map and the weak beam of the Impala's headlights. We should have turned back, but none of us said it out loud. There's a strange inertia on road trips. You keep going, even when your gut tells you to stop. The first sign was subtle, a billboard on the side of the road, entirely black except for a single word in white letters: "Welcome." No town name, no distance, just "Welcome." Mara squinted at it. "Is this some kind of joke?" Jake laughed nervously. "Maybe it's like an old tourist trap, like in those horror movies?" We joked about it for miles, but unease was settling into our chests. Then came the diner. It appeared suddenly, tucked into the bend of the highway, neon flickering weakly. We pulled over, thinking a late-night coffee might calm our nerves. The diner was empty, save for a single man behind the counter who didn't look up as we entered. The smell hit immediately. Stale coffee, something metallic, faintly like rusted iron. We sat at a booth near the window, and Mara whispered, "This feels off." No one came to take our order. We waited. 10 minutes passed. The man remained behind the counter, his hands folded, eyes hollow. Tony finally said, "Hello? Can we get some coffee?" He blinked slowly. "You shouldn't be here." Jake laughed it off nervously. "Okay, seriously, are you having fun with us?" The man shook his head. "No, you should turn back. Leave now." Something about the tone of his voice, flat and low, made my stomach twist. Mara, visibly shaken, agreed with him. "Maybe we should," she said. But Jake, stubborn as ever, waved us off. "We're fine. It's just a weird diner." We left with our coffee, lukewarm and bitter, and continued down the road. That's when the first car appeared behind us. A black van, windows tinted so dark we couldn't see inside. It stayed exactly 10 car lengths behind, matching our speed no matter how fast we drove. At first, I thought it was coincidence. Then we turned a corner, and there it was again, like it had teleported. Tony murmured, "I don't like this." We tried shaking it. Jake floored the Impala, tires squealing against the asphalt, but the van stayed glued to us. Mara's hands were white against her knees, and she wouldn't stop muttering, "This isn't normal. This isn't normal." Finally, we took a sharp turn off the highway onto a gravel road, hoping to lose them. The headlights of the van disappeared momentarily, then reappeared around a bend, waiting for us. Panic settled over us like a heavy blanket. We found a small gas station in what looked like the middle of nowhere. The pumps hadn't been used in years, and the building looked abandoned. The van stopped across the road, the engine quiet. From inside, we could see a shadow move. "I'm calling the cops," Tony said, pulling out his phone. No signal. Mara tried too. Nothing. Jake cursed under his breath. "We just need to get out of here," he said, slamming the Impala into reverse. The gravel crunched under the tires as we spun around, taking another road that promised a shortcut back to the main highway. The van followed, always following, always silent. Night swallowed us entirely. Headlights became our only guide, and the dark pressed against the car windows like it wanted inside. The trees became dense, branches scraping the roof of the car. We began to see things in the shadows, movements that couldn't be explained by wind or wildlife. Shapes that darted between the trees, shadows of people running alongside us. Jake's voice shook. We just need to keep driving. Keep driving until we hit something familiar." Hours passed. The road twisted and turned, and eventually we found a small, decrepit motel, the kind you see in postcards of ghost towns. Neon letters buzzed "vacancy" in flickering pink. We pulled in, desperate for safety. The motel manager was a woman, old, hunched, eyes too bright. She didn't ask for ID. She just handed us keys and muttered, "They don't like it when you stop. Don't linger." We didn't ask questions. Our rooms were small, smells of mildew and old cigarette smoke. Mara refused to sleep, sitting by the window, watching the blackness outside. Tony and I tried to stay awake with coffee, but Jake fell asleep instantly, exhaustion finally claiming him. Around midnight, we heard it. Low, guttural noises from outside, like a congregation of animals, but wrong. Wrong in a way that made your skin crawl. Mara screamed when she saw shadows moving along the walls of the motel, but when we shone a flashlight, nothing was there. Then the banging came. Heavy, deliberate, on the doors of the rooms, moving from door to door. The manager didn't come. We were trapped inside with no signal, no help, nothing but the sounds of something outside that wanted us to leave. We bolted in the Impala at first light, adrenaline pushing us faster than any road trip had ever allowed. The van was gone. No trace. But the road ahead twisted impossibly. Every turn led us back to the same motel, the same sign flashing vacancy in that flickering pink neon. We drove for what felt like days. Gas stations were abandoned. Towns were empty, windows shattered or boarded up. The sun rose and set, but the roads remained dark and unfamiliar. The shadows became more distinct. Figures that moved impossibly fast, appearing and disappearing along the edges of the headlights. We tried stopping once more, breaking down in tears and fear, but that's when we noticed them. Messages scratched into the gravel, into trees. "Go" and "leave now" repeated endlessly, sometimes mirrored, sometimes backwards. Mara broke down completely. Tony tried reasoning, but Jake was silent, white-knuckled on the wheel, eyes darting from road to side mirror. It wasn't until we crossed a rickety bridge that things finally ended. The van appeared one last time, blocking our path completely. We screamed, trying to swerve, but the Impala hit the guardrail and spun into a ditch. Everything went black for a moment. When we woke, the van was gone. The road ahead finally curved back toward a recognizable highway. The sun was rising over a stretch of Route 66 that we had passed days ago, but now the towns were normal, but the air ordinary. No motel, no shadows, no van, just the open road and the early morning traffic. We didn't speak for miles. Eventually, Mara whispered, Did that even happen?" Jake shook his head, pale. "I don't know, but we're not stopping until California. We never saw the van again. We never found the diner. We avoided back roads for the rest of the trip. But the thing I remember most vividly isn't the fear, the shadows, or the endless roads. It's the feeling, the quiet insistence that we were never meant to be there, that the world was warning us, and we ignored it. Years later, whenever I drive late at night on deserted roads, I think of that trip. And sometimes in the corner of my eye, I swear I see a black van, waiting patiently, always following, just beyond the trees. Story, the end. It started as a typical summer road trip. My friends, Jake, Melissa, and I, had decided to drive from Indianapolis to a music festival in Nashville. We packed my old Honda Civic to the brim, threw in some cheap snacks, and set off around 10 a.m., windows down, music blasting, spirits high. The highway was crowded but familiar, and for the first few hours, everything was perfectly ordinary. We stopped at a gas station in southern Indiana for coffee, stretching our legs, joking around. By late afternoon, we were deep in Kentucky. The highway had narrowed into a two-lane road winding through hills and dense forest. I remember thinking how quiet it had become. The usual hum of traffic was gone, replaced by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a hawk. Jake, driving, grumbled about missing the exit for a shortcut, and we agreed to backtrack. That's when things started to feel off. Melissa in the back seat was the first to notice the truck behind us. It was old, a rusted Ford pickup with a faded logo on the side, headlights glaring even though it was still daylight. It had been trailing us for miles. "Do you guys see that truck?" she asked. We shrugged it off. Maybe it had been following the same route. But every time we sped up, it sped up. Every time we slowed, it slowed. After a few minutes, we realized it wasn't coincidence. It was watching us. I tried to shake it, taking sharp turns and accelerating, but it never left. Jake, getting nervous, muttered under his breath, "This isn't normal. Maybe we should pull over somewhere." We passed an abandoned gas station and a few houses that looked empty, their lawns overgrown and windows dark. No one else was around. Then, just as we hit a particularly sharp curve, the truck swerved dangerously close to our car. It was almost a warning. We didn't stop. Instead, we took the next exit, hoping to lose it in a small town. But as we drove through the quiet streets, the truck was nowhere in sight. Relief washed over us. We parked at a convenience store to regroup, stretch, and grab snacks. I went inside to pay while Jake and Melissa stayed in the car. When I came out, the car was gone. My heart stopped. I ran around the lot, calling their names, but nothing. Then I saw it. Our Civic parked near the back. Doors wide open. No one inside. The truck was gone too. Panic set in. I called 911, but the call wouldn't go through. No signal. Frantically, I checked my phone. Dead zones everywhere. That's when I noticed the faint tire tracks leading into the woods beside the parking lot. Against my better judgment, I followed them. The forest was thick, the trees close enough that the fading sunlight barely penetrated. The tracks ended at a small clearing, and there was the truck. And there, tied to the hood, was Melissa. Her eyes were wide with fear. Her mouth gagged. Jake was nowhere to be seen. Before I could react, the truck door opened and a man stepped out. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a mask that looked like stitched leather. His hands were gloved, and he carried a crowbar. I froze. He didn't speak. He just tilted his head, almost curiously. My mind raced. I couldn't see any exits, and the thick forest seemed to have swallowed the road. I remembered the small knife in my glove compartment and slowly inched toward it, trying not to make a sound. The man grabbed Melissa roughly and shoved her to the ground. I swung the glove compartment door open, grabbed the knife, and in a moment of adrenaline-fueled courage, charged at him. He reacted instantly, shoving Melissa behind him and raising the crowbar. The fight was short and chaotic. I managed to slash at his arm, and he let out a terrifying growl, dropping the crowbar. He ran into the forest without a word, disappearing among the shadows. Melissa and I ran back toward the road, calling for Jake, hoping he had somehow escaped. We didn't find him. We walked until we reached a farmhouse at the edge of the road. An old man answered the door, suspicious at first, but we convinced him to let us use his phone. We called the police and reported everything. The dispatcher asked if we could describe the vehicle and the man. Melissa tried to speak, but she was shaking too hard. They promised to send someone. While waiting, we noticed something strange. The farmhouse had several old photographs on the walls, some decades old. One of them caught my eye. It was a black and white picture of the same rusted Ford pickup, parked exactly as it had been in the forest. Beside it, a man wearing what looked like the same mask. The old man noticed my stare. "Don't pay attention to that," he said quietly. "That truck, it's been around here a long time. People see it, people follow it, some never come back." The police arrived about an hour later. They searched the surrounding forest, but found no trace of Jake, the truck, or the masked man. The area was oddly quiet, as if nothing had happened. They took our statements and we stayed at the farmhouse overnight. That night, Melissa swore she heard tires crunching on gravel outside. I stayed awake, knife in hand, but when I peeked out the window, nothing was there. We left the next morning, driving carefully back toward a major highway. On the way, we stopped at a diner to eat. A local man at the counter overheard our story and shook his head. "You're lucky to be alive," he said. "That truck, it's been hunting people for years. Road trips, hikers, anyone alone in that part of the woods. You don't see it coming, but once it does, it won't let go." Melissa refused to ride in a car for months. I couldn't stop thinking about Jake. No one ever found him. We eventually went back home, but something stayed with me, a feeling that the road, the forest, and that truck were still out there, waiting. Years later, I read a local news article about hikers disappearing in the same region, about a phantom truck sighted by drivers late at night. The descriptions always matched what we saw. I've never taken that route again. Every time I drive through a quiet stretch of road or a dense forest, I feel it. The headlights, the silent shadow, watching. And I know one thing, the road doesn't forgive mistakes. And sometimes the road takes people, leaving only a memory behind. Story the end. We left Chicago on a Friday afternoon. 3 friends crammed into my dad's old minivan. Me, Alex, and Sarah. The plan was simple. Drive down to Nashville, stop wherever seemed fun, and be back by Monday night. I was pumped because this was my first real road trip. The highways stretched for miles, endless fields, the occasional gas station, and towns that looked like they'd been frozen in the 1970s. We joked, blasted music, and took turns behind the wheel. Things felt perfect. Too perfect, maybe. By Saturday evening, we'd passed through southern Illinois and into Kentucky. It was getting dark, and the GPS was acting weird, losing signal every few miles. I shrugged it off. "Just classic backroads nonsense," I said. But Sarah frowned, tapping at her phone. "Guys, the battery's dying, and there's no cell service." I noticed then how isolated the road had become. 1 lane each way, trees pressed close, and fog creeping across the asphalt. We were hungry and needed a break, so we exited onto a small gravel road that promised a restaurant ahead. The GPS had dropped us completely, and the sign looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. The building itself was dark, shuttered windows, and a wooden porch that creaked under the wind. A faded neon sign buzzed weakly, spelling something that wasn't quite legible. I parked and we got out. The air smelled faintly metallic, like rust or old machinery. "Maybe it's closed," Alex muttered, peering inside through the grimy windows. "But it's the only place for miles." I didn't feel right about it, but hunger won. We pushed the door open and it groaned like a warning. Inside, the lights flickered and dust motes floated in the weak yellow glow. It smelled like old grease and damp wood. There was no one at the counter, but a bell hung there, and Alex rang it. Nothing. We called out. Nothing. Suddenly, we heard footsteps from the back. A door creaked and then slammed shut. Sarah jumped. "I think we should go," she whispered, voice trembling. I tried the exit door. It was locked. My stomach sank. We heard a low chuckle behind us. Not human, not normal. I grabbed a flashlight from the van, shined it toward the back, and we saw a figure. Tall, ragged, hunched, moving in jerky, unnatural motions. Its face was shadowed, but I could swear it had this grin, a grin that made my teeth ache just to look at it. Alex bolted toward the door. Sarah screamed, and I followed. Somehow, the door opened. We didn't stop running until we hit the van. Sliding in, I fumbled with the keys. The engine caught, tires spinning gravel. Behind us, the building sat silent again, no sign of movement. Sarah kept staring in the rearview mirror, pale as a ghost. "Did you see it?" she asked, voice barely a whisper. It was watching us. I nodded, trying to convince myself it had been a trick of shadows. We decided to find a motel in the next town. GPS still dead, cell phones useless, and every mile seemed to stretch longer than the last. Around midnight, we spotted a small, unlit motel. The sign had only 2 letters working, MO. The parking lot was empty, except for an old pickup that looked abandoned. The door was unlocked. Inside, the office smelled like mildew and cigarettes. A journal sat on the counter, pages yellowed and brittle. It chronicled strange happenings. Travelers disappearing, weird figures watching, sounds in the night. I flipped through it quickly. Nothing felt fake. We took a room on the 2nd floor. The bedspreads were stained, the heater rattled, and every time the wind hit, it sounded like whispering. Around 3 a.m., I woke to Sarah shaking me. "Alex is gone." I sat up. Alex's side of the bed was empty. Panic set in. We checked the room, the hallway, even the stairwell. Nothing. Then we heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps outside our door. Stopping, then a soft scratching, like nails on wood. I grabbed the baseball bat we'd brought for the trip, Why we thought it would help, I don't know. I swung the door open. Nothing. The hallway was empty, dark, and silent. We went to the lobby in the morning. No staff, no Alex. It was like he had never been there. I called the police when we finally got services in town, but the reports were vague. Motel abandoned years ago, they said. No sign of your friend. Sorry. We didn't have the heart to stay. Driving back the way we came, the roads felt different. Trees too close, the fog thicker, and I could swear every now and then a figure lurked in the mist, watching, always just beyond the headlights. We didn't speak much, just drove. And then the GPS picked up signal again. It led us back onto the interstate. Weeks later, I tried to find that motel on maps and old records. Nothing matched the area we'd driven through. It was as if it had never existed. Alex was never found. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, somewhere in those back roads, caught between places, between time. And then there were the dreams. Every so often, I dream of that figure with the grin, waiting at the edge of the fog, watching. I wake up sweating, heart pounding, and the smell of rust still lingers in the room. We didn't talk about it much. Sarah moved away. I stopped road trips, and every time my phone loses signal in the middle of nowhere, I feel that cold dread creeping back. You think you're just on a long drive, but sometimes the road isn't empty. Sometimes it's alive, and it remembers you. Months after that trip, I drove alone for the first time, taking a new route through Kentucky. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the fields, and then I saw it, or him, on the side of the road. Just standing there, waving. I slammed the brakes. Empty road. No one. Nothing. But in the rearview mirror, I could see a faint figure in the distance, always at the edge of the fog, waiting, grinning. I never stopped driving at night after that. The highways that used to feel like freedom now felt like traps. And every time I hear the crunch of gravel under tires, I remember the bell in that abandoned restaurant, the scratching outside our motel door, and I know that somewhere Alex is still out there and something is still watching. Story the end. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend getaway. 3 friends, a rented SUV, and a road trip from Salt Lake City to the Oregon coast. We had mapped it out carefully. 2 days of driving, 1 night in a motel somewhere in the middle, and a full day on the beaches before heading back. None of us had ever done a road trip like that before, and the excitement made the long drive bearable. We left Salt Lake late Friday morning, loaded with snacks, music, and a cooler full of soda and sandwiches. For hours, the highway was smooth and the scenery beautiful, rolling hills giving way to endless stretches of desert. Around 7 p.m., we decided to take a short detour off I-84 to a smaller highway that ran along the foothills of the mountains, thinking it would be scenic. The road narrowed almost immediately, the asphalt patchy, the lane markings faded. By the time the sun set completely, the road had changed entirely. It wasn't just dark. It felt like the mountains themselves were pressing in on us. The trees and jagged rocks made strange shadows that flickered across the windshield whenever our headlights caught them. We passed a small abandoned gas station, long shuttered, with peeling paint and a single broken light swinging in the wind. That should have been our first warning. About 10 miles later, the first strange thing happened. A figure appeared on the road up ahead, walking slowly in the middle of our lane. My friend Jason swerved instinctively, missing it by mere inches. We all froze. There was no shoulder, no sign of anyone else on the road, and the figure didn't move when we passed. It was tall, thin, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie, and its face, well, we couldn't see it clearly. It was just wrong. Jason muttered, "Maybe a hiker? Lost or something." But I shook my head. No one walks this stretch at night. Not for miles. Look at how remote this is. We laughed nervously, trying to shake it off. That night, we were the only car on the road, or so we thought. An hour later, we stopped at a small rest area. The lights were dim, flickering, and the place smelled faintly of mildew and rust. I went to the restroom while my friends stayed in the car. When I came back, I noticed something weird. A sedan parked a little ways from us. Its windows were tinted, but the engine was off, and there was no one inside. I pointed it out. Jason said, "Maybe someone slept in there? It's late." But when we drove back onto the highway, the car wasn't there anymore. That's when the road trip started to feel wrong. The darkness seemed heavier, thicker. Sounds we'd ignored before became unnerving. The distant echo of rocks falling wind that seemed to whisper through the trees, the occasional metallic clink like chains dragging on the ground. And then we noticed it. Headlights. Far behind us. Small at first, like a single car catching up to us, then suddenly impossibly close, reflecting off the SUV's mirrors like a spotlight. We were only doing 50 miles per hour, winding through hairpin turns, and this car stayed glued behind us. We tried flashing our brights, but the lights didn't blink back. They just remained constant, blindingly bright. Jason muttered, "Maybe it's a truck," but no, there was no sound of an engine, just the lights. I tried to shake it, taking sharp turns, but no matter what we did, it stayed with us. Sometimes, when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I could see someone in the driver's seat, hunched forward, face pale and unnaturally still. But when I looked again, the car's interior was dark, empty. Then the horn started. Not a normal horn, long, deep, almost inhuman. Jason slammed on the brakes and the sound reverberated across the valley, echoing off the mountains like it came from every direction at once. We sat frozen, listening to it fade, only to hear it again, this time from the left side of the road, then right, then behind. Panic set in. I grabbed the wheel with both hands. We're getting off this road. Now. We turned onto a narrow gravel track, hoping it led back to a main highway. The SUV bounced and rattled, tires digging into loose stones. For a moment, it seemed to work. The lights vanished. Silence returned. Then we saw him, a man standing in the middle of the path ahead, arms outstretched, perfectly still, no movement at all. He wore a gray jacket, pants caked with mud, and his face was blank, featureless, just smooth skin, no eyes, no mouth. I slammed the brakes. The SUV skidded, tires throwing up rocks. He didn't move. We all screamed. Jason tried to throw it into reverse, but the car wouldn't budge. Suddenly, headlights flashed again, behind us this time. We weren't alone. Another car appeared from the darkness, moving impossibly fast, so close we could see the reflection of our own faces in its windshield. The horn sounded again, deafening, and I felt something press against my mind, like a force pushing us off the road. I floored the accelerator. The SUV lurched forward, bouncing over the gravel. The man ahead vanished instantly. We didn't look back. Hours later, we somehow found our way back to a main highway. We stopped at a diner that looked normal. People inside, music playing, the smell of fries and coffee. None of us spoke much. We barely slept that night. I didn't tell anyone the full story for years, because who would believe it? But I still see that road sometimes, in nightmares or when I drive late at night. The headlights, the horn, the figure with no face. It feels like it's waiting for anyone foolish enough to be alone out there. I've never driven Highway 84 at night again. I don't plan to, and I warn anyone who asks, if you're in the desert after dark, keep moving. Don't stop. Don't look back. Because out there, something is following, and it doesn't like to be ignored. Story the end. It was supposed to be the perfect road trip. 4 friends, a rented SUV, and a week to cross the northern Midwest. Jenna, the instigator of the trip, had meticulously planned the route. First Minneapolis, then winding up through the remote stretches of North Dakota, and finally cutting across Montana to hit Glacier National Park. She had playlists, gas stops mapped out, and even a couple of quirky motels along the way. What none of them could have predicted, though, was how quickly the trip would turn into something that none of them would ever talk about again. The first day was nothing unusual. They left Minneapolis around 10 in the morning, packed with snacks and soda, windows down, music blasting. David, the driver, joked about the long stretches of empty road ahead. "I'm going to need caffeine by noon," he said, winding the SUV onto Highway 10. The roads were wide and flat, the cornfields endless, but there was something about the air, thick, humid, and still, that made Jenna glance at the horizon more than once. By mid-afternoon, the scenery started to shift. The cornfields gave way to patches of dense forest. Signs warned of deer crossings, but more unnervingly, the highway was nearly deserted. One gas station blinked open like a neon mirage, but when they pulled in, the pumps were old and rusty, the lights flickering. The cashier, a man in his 50s with a gray stubbled face, didn't smile. He barely said a word when they asked about the nearest motel. "A few miles up. Don't miss the turn," he said, voice low, almost a whisper. There was no warmth, no friendliness, just an undertone of something wrong. By the time they reached the small town Jenna had picked for the night, the sun was dipping below the horizon. The motel looked like it had been abandoned for years, paint peeling, windows dark and dusty. The office light was on, but the door was unlocked. A bell sat on the counter. Nobody was there. Jenna knocked, then rang the bell. Nothing. Finally, a door creaked open, and a thin, pale woman appeared. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You're late," she said. "Room 3. Don't mind the noise." Noise. That should have been their first warning. The room itself was small, the wallpaper yellowed and curling. As soon as they dropped their bags, there was a knock at the door. David cracked it open, expecting another guest or maybe housekeeping. No one was there. A chill ran down his spine. Jenna laughed it off, saying it was probably just the wind. But as night fell, the noise started, low, dragging, like something heavy being pulled across the floor above them. The motel only had one floor. They didn't sleep much. By the next morning, Jenna was already trying to convince everyone to keep going. "It's just a weird old building, nothing to worry about," she said. But even she looked pale as they loaded into the SUV. Highway 10 was empty again, the way back to the main road disappearing into thick stands of pine. Somewhere in North Dakota, the SUV's engine sputtered. David pulled over, muttering about bad gas. He popped the hood, but everything looked fine. When he tried to restart it, the battery died completely. Cell service was non-existent. They were stranded, truly stranded, in the middle of nowhere. Jenna and Marcus decided to walk to the nearest town the woman at the gas station had mentioned. The others stayed behind, trying to fix the SUV with the little tools they had. The walk was longer than expected. The forest pressed in around them, branches scratching, shadows moving just out of sight. Jenna tried to keep her voice steady, joking about it, but Marcus's pace slowed. He kept looking over his shoulder. "Do you hear that?" he whispered at one point. There was nothing, but the feeling was unmistakable. Something was following them. It was getting dark when they reached the town, or at least what they thought was the town. There were buildings, but they were boarded up, windows smashed. The streets were littered with debris. No cars, no lights, no life. Jenna's stomach twisted. This can't be right. The woman said. She trailed off, realizing that the woman had been right about one thing. There was a turn they had missed. But there was no sign indicating which way to go, and every road seemed to lead deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, back at the SUV, David and Rachel were panicking. David tried again to start the car, but it was like the engine refused to wake. The forest seemed to close in around them. The dragging noise from the motel had been replaced by a soft, persistent whispering from the trees themselves. Rachel swore she saw shadows moving between the trunks, just at the edge of her vision. She wanted to run, but David held her hand, grounding her, trying to convince himself it was just the wind. Jenna and Marcus finally found a small convenience store, one that looked like it hadn't been open in years. The door was unlocked. Inside, they found canned food, a dusty register, and a note scrawled on a piece of paper, "Leave before it finds you." "What the hell is happening?" Marcus asked. He looked pale, sweat beading on his forehead. They heard a sound from outside, soft, like footsteps crunching on leaves. They froze. Nothing moved. Then a shadow passed the doorway, long, thin, impossible to place, like it wasn't quite human. Jenna grabbed Marcus's arm, and they bolted back toward the SUV, running blindly through the trees, the whispering growing louder with every step. When they reached the SUV, David and Rachel were already inside, doors locked. The others pounded on the windows. As soon as everyone was back inside, David turned the key. The engine roared to life as if it had been waiting for them all along. They didn't stop driving, the road twisting in impossible ways. It felt like hours, maybe days, before they saw another sign of civilization. Eventually, they hit a main highway and found a real town. Lights, people, normal traffic. They stopped at a diner to calm down, ordering coffee in silence. Nobody spoke about what had happened except to say it was weird. But when Jenna pulled out her phone, trying to show everyone their route, she noticed something chilling. The GPS had no record of the roads they'd been on. It was as if the highways and the small towns they'd passed through had never existed. They drove straight to the nearest police station to report their ordeal. The officers listened politely, then exchanged glances. "Highway 10? Through North Dakota? That's not exactly possible. There's nothing like that out there, especially not the stretches you're describing. And that motel? No record of it." None of them slept well for weeks. Jenna kept waking up feeling the weight of unseen eyes in the room. Marcus swore he saw shadows following the SUV on his way to work. Rachel refused to go near highways for months. And David, the skeptic, had started carrying jumper cables everywhere, did a that just in case the engine decided to die again. Years later, Jenna finally looked up Highway 10 on an old map. It existed, but only as a short, nondescript state route. There were no long stretches of cornfields, no abandoned towns, no small motels. Yet the memory of that night, the dragging noises, the whispering shadows, the feeling of being hunted, was burned into her mind. None of them ever talked about it in detail again, and whenever someone asked about that road trip, they would just smile and say it was weird. Sometimes when driving late at night on empty highways, Jenna still feels it. The brush of wind that isn't really wind, the sense of being watched, and the faint dragging sound of something moving just out of sight. Story the end. The sun had just begun its slow descent behind the rolling hills of western Pennsylvania when four friends piled into Mike's old, rattling Ford Taurus, ready to escape the monotony of their small town for a long weekend in the Allegheny National Forest. There was Mike, the driver and self-proclaimed navigator. Jenna, who had insisted on bringing her DSLR camera for road trip aesthetics. Tyler, who had barely graduated high school and thought himself invincible. And Chloe, who was usually the voice of reason, but had reluctantly agreed to go because she didn't want to be left behind. The plan was simple. Drive north for 6 hours, camp out by a lake, and spend the weekend hiking and exploring before heading back. They laughed and sang along to a playlist of 2000s hits as the cityscape faded behind them. Gas stations grew sparse, replaced by long stretches of two-lane roads flanked by dense forests. By the time they hit the first winding mountain pass, the sun had almost disappeared completely, leaving streaks of orange and purple in the sky. "Where's the next gas station?" Jenna asked, snapping pictures of the fading light through the window. "Plenty of time," Mike said, though his voice carried an edge of uncertainty. "I saw one on the map a few miles back. We can make it to the campground before dark. No problem." Tyler leaned back, arms behind his head, smirking. "It's like we're in one of those horror movies. Forest, empty roads, creepy shadows. Love it." Chloe rolled her eyes. "It's not a horror movie if we actually make it there. Just drive." The first sign that something was off came when they noticed the car's headlights catching glimpses of movement along the roadside. At first, it seemed like deer or raccoons, but the shapes didn't move like animals. They were upright, lingering, watching. Tyler laughed nervously. "Probably hunters," he said. "Creepy-ass hunters." Mike didn't respond. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. The road curved sharply, and the Taurus groaned under the strain. They hadn't seen another car for miles. Then the headlights revealed a figure standing in the middle of the road. Mike slammed on the brakes. The car skidded slightly, and Jenna's camera bounced off her lap. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It was a man, or at least it looked human, wearing a tattered coat, hunched, face obscured by shadow. "What the hell?" Jenna whispered, her hands shaking as she held the camera. "Don't stop, just go around him," Chloe said. Mike tried to swerve, but the road was narrow and lined with trees. As they passed, the man lifted his head just enough to reveal pale, hollow eyes that seemed to follow them. A shiver ran down Chloe's spine. "Did he just—" Tyler started, but no one answered. They sped away in silence, the forest swallowing their taillights. Half an hour later, they finally reached the campground. The rangers were gone, and the place looked abandoned. Still, there were signs that someone had been there recently. Trash, a couple of charred fire pits, a hammock swinging in the cold wind. "Guess we're really roughing it," Mike said, trying to break the tension. They set up their tents and made a small fire. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying strange noises. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, almost like whispers. Chloe kept glancing into the darkness, uneasy. "I swear I saw something move," she said, voice low. "Probably an animal," Mike replied. But when Jenna walked to the edge of the clearing with her camera, she froze. "Guys, there's someone out there." Through the lens, they saw it clearly, a tall figure standing between the trees, watching. It didn't move, didn't hide. It just stared. "Maybe it's a camper," Tyler suggested, though his voice betrayed doubt. Mike grabbed a flashlight and shone it in the direction of the figure, but it vanished instantly. Come on, Chloe said, pulling everyone back. Let's just stay near the fire. They tried to eat, to joke, to ignore the sense of being watched. But that night, sleep was impossible. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent them into a panic. At one point, they heard a low, deliberate knock on the side of Mike's car. No one had gone outside, but the sound was unmistakable, sharp, controlled, human. By dawn, they decided to pack up and leave. The mood in the car was heavy, the excitement of the trip drained by a sense of dread. As they drove back, something strange began happening. The GPS signal kept dropping out. Roads they thought they knew led to nowhere, twisting back on themselves. And the figure, they saw it again. Standing in the middle of a clearing, sometimes at the side of the road, always pale, always watching. Are we going in circles? Chloe asked, panic rising. I don't know, Mike yelled. I'm following the GPS. The car's engine began to sputter. Mike glanced at the fuel gauge. Empty. Not just low, completely empty. There was supposed to be a gas station 10 miles back, Tyler shouted. You missed it, Mike groaned. It was dark. Before he could finish, headlights appeared in the distance. Relief swept through the car until they realized the lights weren't moving toward them. They were behind them, far too close for the distance they were covering. A feeling of being hunted gripped them. The headlights stayed the same distance, mirroring their speed, never accelerating or slowing, always there. I don't like this, Chloe whispered. Just stay calm, Mike said, though he could barely convince himself. Suddenly the car jerked violently. Something had slammed against the side, hard enough to dent the metal. Jenna screamed, and Mike swerved off the road into the trees. The engine died. The headlights behind them vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Silence engulfed the forest. They sat in the car, hearts pounding, listening to the wind and the creaking branches. Then came a soft scratching at the windows, long, deliberate, like fingernails. Tyler tried the door, locked. The scratching moved to the roof, circling the car. Chloe grabbed the flashlight from the glove compartment and shone it through the windshield. Nothing. Then a face appeared, pale, hollow, with a twisted grin. Not the man from the road exactly, but the same eerie emptiness. It lingered and then disappeared. Run, Chloe said, and they didn't argue. They sprinted into the trees, leaving the car behind. For what felt like hours, they ran. The forest seemed endless, the shadows deepening with every step. Eventually, exhausted, they stumbled upon a gravel road. A passing truck slowed, and the driver, a middle-aged man with a lantern, asked if they were lost. Yes, Mike gasped. Please, get us out of here. The man nodded but didn't speak much, just led them back to a main highway. They found the nearest gas station, called the police, and explained what had happened. Officers checked the area around the campground and the roads, but found nothing. No signs of the figures, no strange markings, nothing unusual except the car they had left behind, untouched but dented from their encounter. The group never spoke about it in detail again. Social media rumors suggested people had reported strange figures in the Allegheny forests for decades, hikers disappearing, mysterious sightings at night, but none of it explained what had happened to them, the stalking, the faces, the sense of being hunted. Years later, Jenna still couldn't look at a road trip photo without a chill running down her spine. Some images showed what looked like shadows, figures just at the edges of the frame. She swore she saw eyes staring back, hollow and unblinking. They never went back. And when friends suggested another camping trip, they politely declined. Even daylight couldn't erase the memory of being watched, chased, and trapped in a forest where the shadows themselves seemed alive. Every time one of them drives through Pennsylvania now, they notice the long, empty stretches of road and instinctively check the tree line. And sometimes, just sometimes, in the corner of a rearview mirror, a pale, hollow face appears, watching, waiting. Story the end. We had been planning this road trip for months. 4 friends, a beat-up minivan, and a route that hugged the Montana wilderness for over 300 miles. The goal was simple: leave civilization behind, camp under the stars, and make it to Glacier National Park before nightfall. We thought we knew the risks, but nothing could have prepared us for the road itself. It started on a Thursday evening. I was driving with my sister Laura in the passenger seat, and our friends, Nate and Kyle, in the back. The highway was mostly empty, stretching through endless pines and rolling hills. The sun was just dipping behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. Music played, and for a while, everything was normal. Hours into the drive, we noticed something strange. Every so often, a car would pass us, always at nightfall, headlights glaring, only to vanish within seconds. At first, we laughed it off. Maybe they were taking short exits. Maybe our eyes were playing tricks on us. But as the night deepened, the sightings became more frequent. Every time we turned to check, nothing was behind us. Around 11 p.m., we decided to pull over at a rest stop. It was a small clearing with one of those old payphones and a vending machine that hadn't worked in years. Laura got out to stretch her legs while Nate and Kyle sat in the back, dozing. I stayed in the driver's seat, sipping a bottle of water and scrolling through my phone. And then I saw it. A figure just past the tree line, barely visible. At first, I thought it was a hiker or another traveler. But as I blinked, the figure stepped into the faint moonlight. A man, or something that looked like a man, stood completely still, facing us. His clothes were dark, ragged, and his face was obscured by shadows. He didn't move toward the road. He didn't do anything but stare. "Guys, do you see that?" I whispered. Kyle turned his head. "See what?" I pointed. The figure was gone. Just like that. Laura came back, stretching, laughing. "You guys are paranoid. It's just the woods." We laughed too, though the joke felt hollow. The rest of the drive was quiet, tension building with every mile. By the time we hit the stretch of road leading to Glacier, it was well past midnight. The GPS had been glitching for the past hour, rerouting us repeatedly. That section of the highway was infamous for its curves, cliffs, and sudden drops. The only thing lit was our own headlights, cutting through thick fog that had rolled in from the valley below. Then the van started shaking. Not like a bump in the road, like something was crawling underneath. I slowed down, heart thumping, checking mirrors. Nothing. Suddenly a large shape darted across the road. I slammed on the brakes. The van skidded, tires screaming honk, and came to a stop just a foot away from the shape. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. "What was that?" Laura whispered, voice shaking. Nate and Kyle leaned forward, staring into the fog. "Something just moved across the road," Kyle said. "We didn't hit it." I peered into the darkness. Nothing. We continued, nerves frayed, the fog closing in around us like a living thing. About 20 minutes later, we saw it again, headlights behind us. Another car, just one set, far back in the fog, moving at an impossible distance. Too close, too slow. "Maybe someone's lost too," Nate said, though his voice betrayed unease. The headlights followed. No matter how fast I drove, they stayed the same distance away. Every time I tried to glance back, there was nothing. We reached a small bridge over a narrow river. The headlights stopped at the far end, and then, right in front of the bridge, the road curved slightly, and the figure appeared. Not in the headlights this time, but standing in the center of the road, arms stretched out as if blocking us. I slammed the van into reverse, but the bridge was narrow, barely enough space to turn around. The figure didn't move. Not an inch. "Go around him," Laura screamed. I swerved, tires squealing, narrowly missing the railing. The van rocked violently as I forced it back onto the road. The figure didn't chase, didn't run. He just stood there. And in the brief moonlight, I swear I saw his face. Hollow, empty eyes, stretched into a permanent cruel grin. We didn't speak as we drove. No music, no laughter. Just the van and the endless night, the fog pressing down. 2 hours later, we found a small gas station still open. Nate ran inside for fuel while the rest of us stayed in the van. When he came back, pale and silent, I knew something had happened. "What?" I asked. "There was no one inside," he said. "The clerk, he was gone. No registers, no lights, just a note on the counter. It said, 'Leave now or stay forever.'" We didn't argue. We filled the tank, bought bottled water, and got the hell out. The drive back toward the interstate was tense but uneventful. We didn't stop again until we were back in the city lights, surrounded by other cars, people, everything normal. Months later, I tried to pinpoint the location. The highway exists on maps, the bridge exists, the gas station exists, but I can't find that exact stretch where we saw him. Nate swears the note disappeared the second we got back to the van. Laura says we must have imagined it. Kyle doesn't talk about it at all. I still drive that route sometimes. I've never seen the figure again. But every time I hit a foggy stretch late at night, I feel him watching from the roadside. Waiting. And I know that if I ever stop, he'll return. Story, the end. I had been planning this road trip for months. My friends couldn't come, work, school, other excuses, so I decided to go alone. It was late August, and I was driving from Minneapolis to Boise, Idaho, taking the scenic route through South Dakota and Wyoming. I wanted open roads, endless sky, and time to think. I got all of that, but not in the way I expected. The first day was uneventful. I drove past fields and small towns, stopping only for gas and coffee. Around dusk, I pulled off at a rest stop in the middle of Wyoming. There were only a few cars there. I went inside to grab a snack, and when I came back out, my car wouldn't start. The battery seemed fine. The key turned, but the engine just clicked once and died. I tried again and again. Nothing. I looked around. The rest stop was practically deserted, except for a man leaning against a pickup on the far end of the lot. He waved at me. I wasn't sure why I felt uneasy. He didn't look threatening, but something about him made my gut tighten. "Car trouble?" he asked as I approached. His voice was calm, almost too calm. "Yeah, won't start," I said. "Do you know a mechanic nearby?" He shook his head. "Not really, but I can give you a ride to the next town. It's not far." I hesitated. I'm usually cautious about strangers, but it was getting dark, the lot was empty, and my phone had no signal. I nodded. "Thanks." He introduced himself as Tom and got in the passenger seat. He smelled faintly of smoke and oil. For the first 10 minutes, everything seemed normal. We talked about small things, the weather, the route, how lonely the highway could get. Then I noticed that he kept glancing in the rearview mirror, not at traffic, but behind us. "Is someone following you?" I asked. Tom hesitated. "Maybe. Sometimes people get curious out here. The highway is so empty, it's easy to see you." I laughed nervously. I guess that makes sense. But then I noticed headlights in the distance, far away, but definitely there. A truck, no license plate, no lights on the cab, just the glaring headlights aimed straight at us. "See that?" I asked. Tom nodded, tension in his jaw. "Yeah, they watch people like us." I laughed again, trying to mask my fear. "Watch people? Who watches people on an empty highway?" "They do," Tom said. "They'll follow, but they won't touch you, if you stay calm." I didn't like that answer. We drove on in silence for a few minutes. The truck seemed to be keeping pace, though it was still far behind. Then Tom tensed suddenly. "They're going to speed up. Hold on to the wheel." I didn't have time to ask who they were. The truck accelerated, and before I could react, it swerved to cut us off. I slammed on the brakes and swerved to avoid it, sending my car into a shallow ditch. Tom didn't flinch. He just said calmly, "Drive into the dirt road ahead. It'll slow them down." There was a narrow dirt path branching off the highway. I took it. Rocks and sand made the car bounce violently. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would explode. The truck followed, keeping its headlights locked on us. I could barely see through the dust cloud it kicked up. Tom leaned close to me. "They won't hurt me, but if you stop, they might." He didn't finish the sentence. "Stop? What are you talking about?" I asked, panic rising. "Just drive. Don't stop." I obeyed, following the rough path into the hills. The sun was gone now, and darkness made everything worse. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Every rock and tree seemed to loom over the car. Finally, the path narrowed so much that I had to slow down. The truck slammed into the back of my car again, jolting me violently. I looked in the rearview mirror. The truck was massive, almost impossibly fast over the dirt. Then it stopped. The engine idled. The headlights stayed on, bathing us in harsh white light. Tom got out. My first instinct was to follow him, but I froze. "They'll take me back," he said quietly. "You stay in the car." "No," I yelled. "I don't understand. Who are they? They're not human," he said. "They just watch. They don't like it when someone tries to help." Before I could process, two figures emerged from the truck. Tall, shadowy, wearing masks that reflected the headlights. I could barely make out features, but the movements were deliberate, calm, and terrifying. They grabbed Tom and dragged him toward the truck. He didn't resist. He just looked at me and mouthed, "Go." Then the truck tore off into the night with him. I sat there for what felt like hours, trembling, too scared to move. When I finally gathered the courage to drive back to the highway, I realized the truck had disappeared completely. No tracks. No headlights. Nothing. I made it to the next town, called the police, and gave a statement. They found tire tracks in the dirt, but no other sign of Tom or the truck. It was like he and the men had vanished into thin air. I don't know what happened to him. Sometimes I think about the masks, the way the headlights stayed locked on us, and the feeling of being watched. I never drive alone at night anymore. I never take that route again. And I still check the rearview mirror every time I see headlights behind me on a dark, empty road. Story the end. It was late September when we decided to take the road trip. 4 of us, me, my brother Jake, his friend Ryan, and my girlfriend Sarah, were driving from Dallas to Denver for a concert. Nothing fancy, just a long weekend, cheap motel rooms, and a car full of snacks and energy drinks. The first day was uneventful, just long stretches of highway, fast food, and terrible country radio. But by the time we hit the Texas Panhandle, things started to feel off. We were on Highway 87, the kind that stretches forever with nothing but dry scrub and miles of empty road. Around 10 p.m., the gas light flickered on. We pulled off at a tiny station that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. The pumps were broken, and the lone attendant, a thin, pale man with a yellow jacket, was asleep behind the counter. When we knocked, he stirred slowly, eyes glassy. "Don't know if I got gas," he mumbled. "Try the next town." Jake groaned. "Next town? How far?" "About 30 miles. You'll see a dirt road that comes off the highway. Don't take it. Just keep going." We all laughed nervously. "Dirt road? Why not?" Ryan asked. The attendant shook his head, muttering something about people getting lost out there. We decided to ignore him. It was dark, yes, but we had phones, GPS, and the highway to guide us. We filled up anyway, just enough to make it to the next exit, and got back on the road. About 20 miles down, something strange happened. The highway signs seemed to stop. There was no exit, no town names, just darkness. My phone lost signal completely. "We must have passed it," I said, trying to stay calm. But then we saw the dirt road the attendant warned about. "You guys see that?" Sarah asked. The headlights caught the narrow path cutting through thick scrub, twisting out of sight. "Probably a shortcut," Ryan joked. "Want to check it out?" "No," Jake said firmly. "That's exactly what the guy said not to do." We kept driving straight, but after a few minutes, the road started to feel wrong. The asphalt was patchy, and the lines faded into the darkness. The radio started to crackle, static, but every so often a faint, distorted voice whispered our names. I laughed nervously. "That's just interference, right?" "No," Sarah said quietly. She hadn't said much until then. "I feel like someone's watching us." We laughed it off again. It happened, but the feeling didn't go away. About 10 miles further, a car appeared behind us, older model, black, no lights, just sitting there, following. We tried to ignore it, tried to speed up. The car followed. "Maybe it's just another traveler," Jake said. Ryan's voice was tense. "That car's been behind us for 15 minutes. We turned onto a service road to see if it would pass. It didn't. It stayed, mirroring every move. Then it flashed its high beams once, twice. Sarah gasped, "They know we're here." I rolled my eyes, but a chill ran down my spine. "Who's they?" Before she could answer, the black car swerved toward us, brushing the side of our vehicle. Ryan screamed. Jake slammed on the brakes, fishtailing onto the gravel shoulder. The car stopped a few feet behind us, idling silently. In the rearview mirror, I could just make out a figure stepping out. Tall, thin, wearing dark clothes. The headlights caught their face. It was pale, almost featureless, with dark, empty eyes. Sarah sobbed. "Oh God, oh God." We tried to start moving again and again, but the figure just stared. Then inexplicably it ran toward the car. Fast, like it was gliding over the gravel. Jake floored it, swerving down the service road. The black car followed instantly, keeping pace. The radio screamed in static, voices whispering, "Get them! Don't let them leave!" We were panicked, swerving around abandoned buildings and rusted fences. Ryan grabbed a baseball bat from the trunk. "If it comes in, we fight," he shouted. Then it disappeared. Just vanished. We didn't stop to check. The road twisted, leading us to a dead end, a cliff overlooking a shallow, dry wash. No bridges, no way forward. The black car was gone. The voices were gone, only the wind whispering through the scrub. We sat there for what felt like hours, hearts racing. Finally, Jake started the car and slowly backed up. The dirt road behind us was now empty, no sign of the black car. We decided to take the dirt road anyway, hugging the edges, hoping to find the highway again. Hours passed. We saw no lights, no towns, just scrub, rocks, and the occasional twisted tree. The sky shifted from night to early dawn. When we finally emerged onto a familiar stretch of highway, the sun was rising. The black car was gone, the whispers gone. We didn't speak much, just drove straight to the nearest police station. The officer listened politely. Route 87? There's nothing out there. Just desert, abandoned gas stations, no service roads that stretch for miles without connecting to anything. We tried to explain the black car, the figure, the voices. He frowned. You sure it wasn't fatigue? We knew what we saw. We knew the figure was real. The concert in Denver went on, but none of us really enjoyed it. Every time a black car passed us on the road, we flinched. Every time a quiet road stretched ahead, we hesitated. Months later, Sarah called me crying. She had been driving home from work in Oklahoma and saw a black car following her again. No lights, just there, tailing her like it always had. I still can't drive on empty highways at night. I avoid long road trips. And every time I close my eyes, I see that figure running over gravel, chasing us, and hear the whispers from that night. They're still out there, waiting. Story the end. We left Tulsa around 9 in the evening, my car packed with snacks, a cooler, and my friend Carla's beat-up tent that smelled faintly of mildew. The plan was simple. Drive Route 66 west until we hit some small town to camp for the night. Nothing fancy. We wanted that freedom of the road feeling. Music blasting, windows down, the kind of trip where the only plan is no plan. The first few hours were easy. We sang along to old rock songs, stopped for gas in towns that still had neon signs buzzing in the night. Around midnight, somewhere past Oklahoma City, the highway narrowed into a long stretch that felt abandoned. The streetlights stopped, replaced only by the car's headlights cutting into darkness, the black horizon stretching on forever. Carla, who was driving, slowed down. "Did you hear that?" she asked. I thought she meant the tires. I didn't. This was something else. Something tapping, like fingernails on metal, but slow, irregular. "Probably a branch from those trees," I said. "Wind, maybe." She frowned, but kept driving. I stared out the window anyway. Shadows flickered across the roadside, long, angular shapes that disappeared as soon as I tried to focus. After a while, the tapping returned, louder, and I realized with a jolt it wasn't from the outside. Something was hitting the side of the car. Not the tires, the doors, the windows. Every few seconds, a faint thud. I called it out. "Carla, it's the car! Something's hitting it!" She shook her head. "Stop freaking out. It's probably a raccoon or a bird," or a loud bang cut her off. The car shuddered. Both of us froze, listening. The sound came from the rear, from the trunk. We stopped on the shoulder. The road behind us was black, empty, not a single car in sight. I got out, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. The trunk was closed, nothing visible around it. I tapped it. It rattled once, like a hollow knock from inside. "Open it," Carla said, her voice shaking. I didn't want to, but we did anyway. The trunk was empty. No tools, no animals, nothing. Just darkness. Carla and I laughed nervously, the kind of laugh that makes your stomach twist. "Okay," I said. "Maybe it's just the wind." We got back in the car, but the sound started again almost immediately. This time, I was sure it was not wind, not animals. Something was following us, tapping the roof, the hood, every inch of the car. I told Carla to speed up. She floored it. We reached 40, then 50, then 60 miles per hour. The tapping didn't stop. If anything, it got faster, harder, like someone was trying to climb onto the car. We passed a curve in the road and saw a house off the highway. Lights on, but it wasn't a normal house. It looked old, abandoned, like it had been empty for decades. The lights flickered, and through the window we thought we saw a figure. Thin, tall, standing perfectly still, staring at the road. Carla swerved. I grabbed the door handle. "Keep going. Don't stop." We didn't stop. The tapping followed us for miles, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, like it was enjoying the chase. When we finally saw the lights of a small gas station up ahead, the thing vanished, just like that. No sound. Nothing. We pulled in, shaking, trying to tell ourselves we were imagining it. The attendant, an older man with tired eyes, asked if we were okay. We didn't answer, just paid and left, glancing in the rearview mirror every 10 seconds. When we got to the campsite hours later, still uneasy, Carla suggested we check the back of the car. Nothing. Clean. No dents, no scratches. No signs anyone had even been near it. We spent the night in the tent, tossing and turning, every creak of the trees making us jump. I woke at some point to hear scratching, not outside but inside the tent, on the fabric walls. Slow, methodical, deliberate. I froze. Carla whispered, "It's the wind." "It's not," I said. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it had started. By morning, we were packed and back on the highway, trying to convince ourselves it had all been in our heads. But when I got home, I found it. On the passenger seat, a small, thin shard of metal bent in a strange, impossible way. It looked like it had been torn from some creature, or maybe from a car. I don't know. I never figured it out. I haven't driven that route at night since. I don't plan to. And every time I hear a tap on a window, even in a city, I think back to that night, somewhere between Oklahoma City and nowhere, when something followed us on the road, unseen, patient, and hungry. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple summer trip, a 4-day drive from Ohio down to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. My friends Mark and Lisa and I loaded up Mark's old Dodge Charger, packed tents and sleeping bags, and hit the road mid-afternoon. We were young, reckless, and convinced we could handle anything the open road threw at us. The first day was typical road trip stuff. Pit stops at gas stations with questionable hot dogs, arguing over which Spotify playlist was best, laughing at the scenery. We cut across Kentucky, then southern Tennessee, taking smaller highways to avoid traffic. The sun was setting by the time we crossed into a rural part of eastern Tennessee, and the scenery started to change. The trees grew taller, the roads narrower, and the occasional farmhouse became rarer until it felt like we were driving through some abandoned world. It was around 9 p.m. when we hit a stretch of road that wasn't on any map Mark had checked before. The GPS was flickering and showing that we were in the middle of nowhere, a long blue line disappearing into empty space. "I swear I didn't see this on Google Maps," Mark said, fiddling with his phone. "Maybe it's a shortcut." "Shortcut?" Lisa asked, narrowing her eyes. "It looks like a one-lane road with trees leaning over it like they're closing in." "Relax," Mark said, though I could tell he wasn't fully relaxed either. "We'll save 30 minutes if this works." We entered the road, the Charger's headlights barely cutting through the dense trees. It felt immediately wrong, too quiet. No wind, no insects, not even the hum of distant traffic. Just the sound of our tires on the cracked asphalt and the occasional snap of a twig under the wheels. About 20 minutes in, I saw it first. Something on the side of the road, half hidden in the shadows. At first, I thought it was a deer, but when it moved, I realized it wasn't moving naturally. It was tall, lanky, limbs bent at strange angles. Its head twisted unnaturally, like it was looking at us from an impossible angle. "Mark, slow down," I whispered. He barely reacted, but Lisa let out a low, nervous laugh. "What is that?" We drove past, but then I noticed a pattern. Every few minutes, something would appear on the side of the road, standing perfectly still, always watching, always the same twisted posture. They weren't random. They were waiting, watching us. The road began to wind tighter, trees pressing closer until our headlights barely illuminated a few feet ahead. Then the car shuddered. "What now?" Mark muttered, pressing harder on the accelerator. The engine sputtered, coughing violently, then died. We were coasting in complete darkness. I held my breath as I realized that even the stars were obscured by the thick canopy of trees. Then we heard it. Footsteps, slow, crunching on the gravel around the car. Mark tried the ignition. Nothing. Lisa grabbed my arm, shaking. "Do you hear that?" We did. Something was circling the Charger. Not fast, just deliberate, like it knew we couldn't escape. I peeked through the window. There it was. One of the figures, impossibly tall, its head cocked at a grotesque angle, limbs that shouldn't bend that way. Its face, well, I think it had a face, but it was featureless, just a pale smoothness, with indentations where eyes might have been. Its gaze felt like it was piercing straight through me. Mark's hands were trembling on the wheel. "Stay calm, just stay calm." The footsteps stopped. Silence, then a slow, deliberate tapping on the driver's side window. Lisa screamed, and I felt frozen in place. Mark slammed the door locks, but it was already there. Tap, tap, tap. On the windshield now. I don't know why, but I forced myself to look straight at it. It lifted a hand, or something like a hand, and pressed it against the glass. The fingers were elongated, joints bending impossibly. I could see the faint impressions of the hand through the glass. Then it pulled away and vanished. We didn't speak. We didn't move until the first hint of dawn seeped through the treetops. As soon as it was light enough, Mark turned the key and the engine roared back to life as if nothing had happened. We drove in silence, not daring to look out the windows. About 20 minutes later, we reached a highway, a real, normal highway with signs, lights, and cars. Civilization. Later, when we told people about the road, we learned something disturbing. That particular stretch, Long Hollow Road, had been closed for years after multiple disappearances. Locals would tell you to stay away, especially at night. They claimed travelers sometimes saw tall figures that waited for cars to pass, then followed them down the road, appearing and disappearing at will. No one knew what they were, but everyone agreed. No one who spent the night on that road ever came back the same. We didn't stop to take a closer look. We didn't report it to anyone. We didn't even try to go back. But every time I close my eyes at night, I remember the tapping on the glass, the impossible twist of its head, the featureless face that watched me. I can still feel the weight of its gaze. And I know that road is still out there, waiting for the next car, the next traveler, foolish enough to think they can drive through the dark without consequences. Story the end. It started in the middle of a Thursday afternoon. I was driving from Chicago to Phoenix, alone, hauling a beat-up old Subaru that rattled like it was begging to be left behind. I'd been on the road for nearly 10 hours, and somewhere past Albuquerque, I realized I had no idea when I'd last seen another car. The highway stretched empty ahead, a gray ribbon melting into the distant mountains, and the sun was dipping low, throwing long shadows over the desert scrub. I'd planned to stop at a small town I remembered from a map just to fill up and grab some food. The GPS said there was a gas station coming up in about 20 miles. Perfect. Except as I drove, the sky darkened. Not with clouds exactly, but with a kind of strange, oppressive haze. The sun vanished behind it, and the world went quiet, in a way that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. By the time I reached the exit, I noticed something odd. There were no lights on at the gas station, not even the little neon open sign. The pumps were dry, or at least they looked that way from the highway. The building was dark, with windows blacked out by grime or tape. There was a lone pickup truck parked crookedly to the side, doors open, but no one around. I debated turning around, but my tank was low enough that I didn't really have a choice. I pulled in slowly, keeping the engine running, scanning the lot. My gut twisted when I noticed a shadow move inside the building, even though the lights were off. A tall figure pacing back and forth. I told myself it was probably an employee cleaning up, but something about the way it moved, jerky, irregular, made me hesitate. Still, I needed gas. I stepped out and walked toward the building, wallet in hand. The moment my foot touched the concrete, I heard the pickup truck door slam behind me. I froze. The sound echoed across the empty lot, sharper than it should have. I turned quickly. No one there. Nothing but the truck, still parked, still empty. The shadow in the building had stopped moving. "Hello?" I called out, my voice smaller than I expected. No answer. I debated running back to my car, but curiosity or stupidity pushed me forward. The door to the station was ajar. I nudged it open. Inside smelled like mildew and dust mixed with a metallic tang that made my stomach churn. The fluorescent lights flickered weakly. In the corner, a radio hummed softly, static breaking into something that almost sounded like whispers. I made my way to the counter. Empty. Dust coated the registers. The shelves were stocked, but everything was coated in the same layer of grime. Then I noticed something carved into the wood behind the counter. Scratch marks, letters etched so deeply I could see them even in the flickering light. "Leave now." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Then I heard the first sound, the faintest scraping like nails across tile. Not from the front of the building, but the back, the storage room. I wasn't sure whether to run or investigate, but the rational part of me thought, someone's there. They need help, maybe. I took a step toward the back door. The scraping stopped instantly. I heard breathing. Slow, deliberate, behind me. I spun around. Empty space. The shadow I had seen earlier now stretched across the wall, but it didn't belong to anything in the room. It was taller than a man, impossibly thin, with arms that bent wrong at the elbows. I ran. My foot caught on the threshold and I stumbled into the parking lot. My car keys flew across the concrete. I scrambled for them, heart hammering in my ears. That's when I saw it. The figure, or something, was moving outside now, between the trucks and the pumps. No noise except for the soft, wet scraping of shoes on asphalt. I yanked the door open, slammed it behind me, and locked it. My hands were shaking so violently I had to press the key in the ignition twice before the car started. Tires squealing, I shot back onto the highway, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. The rest of the night was a blur. Every rest area, every empty lot, every small town looked the same. Lights flickering in abandoned buildings, shadows moving where no one should be. I drove through the desert for hours, telling myself I would stop when the sun came up, when I could see properly, when things made sense. Somewhere near Tucson, exhaustion finally caught me. I pulled into a 24-hour gas station in a bigger town, lights bright, people everywhere. I told the attendant my story, half joking, half scared. He smiled politely and said, "That stretch west of Albuquerque? People avoid it at night. There are stories." I asked him to elaborate. He shook his head. "Nothing official, just travelers who disappear, who come back talking about shadows and whispers. Most of it, of course, is ignored." I filled my tank slowly, watching the sun rise over the mountains. The memory of that figure lingered, stretching across every desert highway, every empty rest area. Even now, years later, I still avoid those stretches when driving alone. I don't trust empty lots. I don't trust abandoned buildings. And I never, ever travel without a full tank and a plan to never stop in the middle of nowhere after dark. Because sometimes the things you see on the road aren't lost travelers. They're waiting, patient, watching. And out there, in the vast emptiness of America's highways, if you let your guard down, they'll find you. Story the end. I had planned the trip for weeks, a simple drive from Austin to Phoenix, a cross-country escape for the weekend. I left early on a Friday morning, loaded my old Honda Civic with snacks, a small cooler, and a map in case my GPS failed. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the highway was empty, the horizon a soft orange smear. I felt a thrill at the solitude, at least for the first hour. By the time I crossed into West Texas, the landscape had changed to endless flat plains and scattered mesquite trees. I kept the music low, a mix of classic rock and talk radio. Around mid-morning, my gas light flickered on, and I took the next exit into a tiny town called Sandridge. The gas station was run by an older man who barely looked up when I pulled in. "You headed through the desert?" he asked, nodding toward the east. "Yeah," I said. "I want to make it to Phoenix by tonight." He gave me a slow, deliberate look. "Don't take the back roads. People vanish out there. Stay on the main highway." I forced a laugh, thinking he was exaggerating. Small towns always had stories. Back on the road, the highway was closed for construction, a long stretch of orange cones and flashing signs. Traffic crawled, so I considered taking a shortcut I had seen on the map. A narrow back road cutting through a stretch of scrubland and dry washes. The GPS warned it would add time, but it seemed like the smart move. The road started well enough, a single lane of cracked asphalt, then faded into dirt. I thought little of it at first, enjoying the isolation. But soon the path narrowed into two barely passable lanes with deep ruts carved by rain and erosion. The sun climbed higher, and the heat made the air shimmer above the ground. About an hour in, I passed a rusted sign for a ranch with peeling paint. A white pickup truck sat on the edge of the dirt path, doors open, but no one around. I slowed, then sped up, trying to dismiss the unease prickling at my spine. The truck shouldn't have been there. Not this far out, not abandoned looking. A few miles later, the road split. One fork looked like it looped back toward the highway. The other continued straight, deeper into the desert. A man on a dirt bike appeared from behind a cluster of rocks, motioning for me to take the straight path. I hesitated, remembering the gas station attendant's warning, but the biker grinned and waved emphatically. I followed him. The road deteriorated into a rough wash, rocks jostling the suspension, dust curling in the air. The GPS was useless. My phone showed no service. The horizon seemed endless, a flat, sun-bleached wasteland. After about 20 minutes, I spotted a building in the distance, a long, low structure that looked like an abandoned motel. The white pickup was parked beside it. This time the doors were closed. My stomach tightened. I slowed to a crawl. I should have kept driving. I didn't. Curiosity or stupidity made me pull over. The heat pressed against me as I stepped out. The gravel crunched under my shoes and silence stretched endlessly. I approached the building. Its windows were boarded and the paint had faded into a chalky white. The air smelled of dust and rot. I called out. Nothing. Then I heard it. A low creak, like a door swinging somewhere behind me. I whipped around. The pickup was still there, but now the driver's side door was wide open. No one in sight. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I wanted to check inside the motel. I pushed the door open. The air was stale, heavy with decay. Furniture was overturned. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and broken glass glittered on the floor. I moved cautiously, trying not to make noise. Suddenly, a shadow passed over the far wall. I froze, heart racing. Another shadow. Then a scraping sound like metal dragged across concrete coming from the corner of the room. I bolted. Back outside, the heat hit me like a wall. The white pickup had moved. No, it couldn't have, but it was now angled across the front of the building, as if waiting. I jumped into my car, slammed the door, and tried to start the engine. Nothing. The ignition clicked, but the motor refused to turn. I tried again. Click. My panic was rising. I had no service, no one for miles. I climbed out and tried to push the car. Dust swirled around me, and in the corner of my eye, I caught movement. A figure, crouched low, moving behind the motel. Not running, just sliding silently. The engine roared to life on the third try. I hit the gas, skidding over loose gravel, my tires spitting rocks. The figure didn't chase, but the sense of being watched was immediate, suffocating. I drove blindly, following the path as it twisted through the desert. The sun dropped, shadows stretching across the dunes, and every turn seemed to lead to deeper isolation. Hours passed. The stars appeared overhead. I began to doubt the road would ever end. Finally, the dirt track spat me out onto a paved county road. Relief washed over me. I didn't stop until I reached the next small town, lights glowing, people moving, normal life buzzing around me. I told the gas station clerk about it the next day in Phoenix. He gave me a tight-lipped smile. "Back roads out there aren't for people like you," he said. "Some places, they don't like visitors." I never went near the desert again, and I avoid any unmarked paths on trips. But sometimes in dreams, I see that white pickup, doors open, waiting beside a building that shouldn't exist, in a place that isn't on any map. Story the end. The summer before my senior year, my friends and I decided to take a road trip from Denver to the Black Hills in South Dakota. 4 of us crammed into a rusted-out Jeep Cherokee, the kind that rattled so much you almost expected the steering wheel to come off at any moment. We left in the late afternoon, thinking we'd reach Rapid City by nightfall, but we were young, stupid, and completely unprepared for how quickly things could go wrong on those back roads. The first few hours were normal. Music blasting, windows down, snacks scattered across the floor. We took turns driving, laughing at dumb YouTube videos, teasing each other over past high school embarrassments. Around 9 p.m., we decided to take a shortcut the GPS suggested, a route that cut through miles of winding, forested backroads. That's when the air changed. The forest closed in around us as the sun sank behind the hills. The road narrowed to barely 2 lanes, cracked asphalt lined with dense pine trees on both sides. I was driving, and my best friend Mark sat shotgun, staring silently out the window. Something about his expression made me uneasy. A mile in, I saw the first sign that we weren't alone, a figure on the side of the road, walking slowly in the same direction we were heading. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, which seemed weird because it was pitch black and we were deep in the forest. I slowed down, thinking we'd pass safely by. The figure stepped closer to the road. Its movement was too deliberate, too precise. Not casual. Mark leaned forward, squinting. "Dude, I don't think that's a person." I laughed nervously. "What do you mean? Of course it is. Probably just some hiker." But it wasn't. The figure was unnaturally tall, way taller than any person should be, and its gait was wrong, stiff, almost robotic. No backpack, no light, no movement of arms, just walking. And it didn't step on the side of the road. It moved as if the blacktop were a path laid out just for it. I sped up, heart thudding. The rest of the car went silent, everyone staring at the dark figure through the windows. Then, in a blink, it stopped. Dead in the middle of the lane, ahead of us. I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching. The Jeep skidded sideways, but stopped just short. We all froze. The figure didn't move. Its outline was thin and strange, like it had joints in places they shouldn't exist. And then, impossibly, it turned its head toward us. No face. Nothing we could identify as eyes or a mouth. Just a smooth darkness where a face should have been. "Drive," Mark hissed. I slammed it into reverse and then immediately forward, swerving around the figure. It didn't react, didn't move, but somehow when we cleared it, it had vanished. I know we didn't hit it. I know that. But the forest around us was completely silent, like it had swallowed the thing whole. We kept driving, every turn more terrifying than the last. The GPS kept recalculating, insisting we continue down unmarked roads, which didn't make sense. I started noticing the trees, twisted, blackened at the edges, their branches clawing into the road like skeletal fingers. Shadows seemed to move just beyond the headlights, though the forest was empty. About an hour later, we stopped at a small pull-off to catch our breath. I turned off the engine, and that's when we heard it, a slow tapping like fingernails on metal, not close, but circling. Tap, tap, tap around the Jeep. My stomach dropped. Mark whispered, "It followed us here. It's still out there." I grabbed the flashlight from the glove box and swept it around the area. Nothing. But the tapping continued, moving around us, faster now, circling, then stopping abruptly. "Let's get the hell out of here," I said. We sped off, but something changed. The GPS now said we were on a road that didn't exist. We were going in circles. Every time we tried to backtrack, we ended up in the same place, the pull-off, the same trees, the same blackness surrounding us. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt wrong. Eventually, I pulled off the road completely, convinced the Jeep was possessed or we'd stumbled into some kind of forest that didn't follow normal geography. That's when we saw the eyes. 3 pairs of eyes, glowing faintly red, staring at us from the trees. They didn't blink, they didn't move, just watched. Then one pair of eyes stepped forward, and I realized it wasn't a person. Nothing I've ever seen. It was tall, thin, angular, with limbs that bent wrong, like it had too many joints. The other 2 stayed hidden in the trees, silent. We locked the doors, heartbeats pounding. The thing didn't make a sound, didn't rush us. It just walked slowly alongside the Jeep, keeping pace. Not running, not chasing, just walking. Eventually, I floored it, tires spitting gravel and snow, ignoring the curves, the potholes. When we hit a stretch of lighted highway about 20 minutes later, it was gone. No trace, no tire marks, no broken branches, nothing. We never spoke about it much afterward. People assumed I was exaggerating or that we were hallucinating from sleep deprivation. But I know what I saw. Mark knows. The other 2 know. We all remember the way it walked, the way the red eyes followed us, the impossibility of it vanishing into thin air. I never take shortcuts anymore. I stay on highways, in well-lit areas. I keep my doors locked, windows up, and I never drive alone at night. And every time I see a dark, unmarked road disappear into a forest, I think about those red eyes and the way the thing kept pace with us for miles, patient and silent, waiting. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, certain I hear tap, tap, tap outside my window. Story the end. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon when we left Chicago, packed into my dad's old Dodge Caravan with backpacks, snacks, and a cooler full of sodas. It was just me, my cousin Rachel, and her boyfriend Derek. We had been planning this road trip for months. Chicago to Yellowstone over 5 days. No hotels, just camping and the open road. The kind of trip you think will be full of freedom and adventure. We didn't know it would turn into the kind of nightmare people whisper about years later. The first day was uneventful, highways stretching straight and wide beneath the fading light. By the time we crossed into Iowa, it was dark and the wind was picking up, rustling cornfields like dry paper. Derek was driving, Rachel napped, and I stared out the window trying to keep my eyes open. That's when I first saw him. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker. He was standing on the shoulder, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a dirty work jacket. But the closer we got, the stranger he seemed. He didn't move, didn't even flinch as our headlights swept over him. His face, it was pale, almost gray, and his eyes reflected the light like glass. I tried to blink, thinking it was fatigue, but he was still there when we passed. "Did you guys see that?" I whispered. "See what?" Derek asked, distracted by the road. "There's a guy standing there," I said. Rachel murmured from the back, groggy, "Probably just a farmer. It's late." I didn't believe her. Something about him felt wrong. By the time we stopped at a rest area, my stomach was twisting with unease. It was nearly midnight, and the place was empty except for one security guard in a small booth. I asked him if anyone had been hanging around the highway recently, and he gave me a long, hard stare. "You mean the guy?" he said, but almost whispering. "He's not good. People see him. They don't usually make it out." I laughed nervously, but the words hung heavy in the air as we left. A few hours later, somewhere in the middle of Nebraska, the van started acting weird. The engine sputtered, lights flickered, and a low thumping came from the roof. At first, we thought it was hail, but the sky was clear. Derek pulled over onto a gravel turnout and the thumping stopped immediately. "That was weird," Derek muttered, wiping his forehead. "Maybe just a loose panel or something." But then we saw it. Footprints along the gravel, too long and thin to be ours, leading off into the darkness, circling the van. My heart stopped. Rachel grabbed my arm. "It's him," she whispered. Before we could react, the sound started again. A soft, deliberate tapping against the windows, then the roof, then the hood. We were frozen, listening as the noise circled the van. Derek tried to start the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then, from the trees, a whisper. "Get out!" We bolted from the van, running into the dark cornfield beside the highway. The whispering followed, growing into a chorus of low, menacing voices. Shapes moved between the stalks, tall and thin, impossible to see clearly, but always just at the edge of the light from our flashlights. We ran blindly, tripping over roots and falling into the damp soil. After what felt like hours, we stumbled onto a gravel path leading to a small abandoned gas station. The pumps were rusted, the building boarded up, but a single light flickered inside. We rushed to the door. Inside, the air was thick and smelled of mold and decay. The walls were covered in words scratched into the wood, names, dates, some with X's through them. Rachel shivered. "Those are missing people," she whispered. Then we heard it, the slow creaking of the floor above us, heavy footsteps pacing back and forth. A low, rasping voice muttered something we couldn't understand. The beam of my flashlight caught a shadow moving behind the cracked window upstairs. The figure was tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed wrong, too long, too flexible, and a face that was obscured in shadow. We didn't wait to figure it out. We climbed through a back window, the glass cutting our hands, and ran straight into the woods behind the building. We didn't look back. Every so often, we would hear footsteps behind us, crunching leaves, snapping branches, and the whispers telling us to keep running. Hours later, exhausted and bleeding from thorns and cuts, we found a highway again. A truck passed and stopped when we waved frantically. The driver didn't ask questions. He just drove. When we finally reached the next town, we were shaking, covered in mud, and completely silent. We never reported what happened. Not to the police, not to anyone. Even talking about it aloud felt like it could make it real again. But later, when we researched missing persons along that stretch of highway, we found dozens of reports of travelers disappearing at night, all with the same description. A tall, thin figure appearing on deserted roads, following cars, and sometimes attacking those who stopped. Years later, whenever I drive late at night, I notice shadows at the edge of my vision. Sometimes I hear tapping on the car, soft, deliberate. And whenever I see a lone figure standing on the side of a dark road perfectly still, I know better than to stop. Some part of me still hears the whispers, telling me that it's out there, waiting for the next car, the next travelers who think a late-night drive is safe. Story. The end. The plan was simple. 3 college friends, Mark, Lisa, and Tyler, wanted to take a quick road trip from Chicago to the Badlands in South Dakota before summer ended. They rented a beat-up van from a local company, packed it with camping gear, and hit the road early on a Friday morning. Everyone was excited, joking about roadside diners and quirky towns. The kind of trip where the worst thing you expected was bad gas station coffee. The first few hours were uneventful. They cruised through Illinois, the interstate wide and busy. Mark drove, Lisa navigated, and Tyler handled the music. Around mid-afternoon, though, the interstate began to thin out. They left behind the rolling farms and entered stretches of empty road, punctuated only by the occasional silo or abandoned farmhouse. Tyler pointed out a sign for a shortcut, a state road that cut off a good 50 miles. "We'll save time," he said, and Mark turned onto the narrower road. At first, it seemed like a good decision. The road twisted through forests and hills, sunlight flickering through the trees. But soon the isolation became palpable. No other cars passed them for nearly an hour. The radio wouldn't pick up any stations. Even Lisa's GPS was acting strange, rerouting in circles that didn't make sense. They found a small gas station just as the sun began to set. It looked almost charming, like something out of a 1950s postcard. Red brick, a single pump, and a faint glow from the windows. But when they stepped inside, the feeling shifted. The store was empty except for an old man behind the counter, hunched over, muttering to himself. "Evening," Lisa said, trying to sound cheerful. He didn't respond. Tyler asked about a place to stay, but the man only pointed vaguely down the road. "Just up a ways. You'll see it," he whispered, eyes darting to the shadows outside. They decided to push on, hoping the motel would be better than it sounded. 20 minutes later, the road narrowed further, surrounded by thick woods. The sun dipped behind the trees, and darkness came fast. That's when they saw it, a figure standing by the side of the road. It was thin, unnaturally still, wearing tattered clothes, face obscured by shadows. Mark slowed the van, but the figure didn't move. Tyler laughed nervously. Probably just a hiker or something. But as they drove past, the figure raised a hand in what looked like a wave and then, impossibly, vanished. They tried to shake it off, but the atmosphere changed. The forest seemed too quiet, the air too heavy. They reached a turnoff for a motel, the same one the old man had mentioned, but the building looked wrong. It was dark except for one flickering light above the entrance. The sign read, "Vacancy," but the paint was chipped and peeling, the letters uneven. Inside, the receptionist was a young woman, pale and eerily still. "Room 5, she said flatly, handing them a single key. No small talk, no smile. The hallway smelled of mildew and decay. When they opened the door, the room was cold, furniture covered in sheets that looked as if no one had touched them in decades. That night, noises started. Low, dragging sounds from the ceiling, whispers in a language they couldn't understand. Lisa swore she saw shadows moving across the walls, shapes stretching toward them. Mark tried to laugh it off, but even he couldn't deny the oppressive feeling that something was in the room with them. Tyler, who had been joking all day, refused to sleep, sitting upright with his eyes wide open. Morning didn't bring relief. The van wouldn't start. Every attempt to call for help failed. Phones had no signal. They decided to walk to the next town, following the vague directions the receptionist had given. The forest was denser than it had appeared from the road. Branches clawed at them, shadows moved just beyond sight, and the whispering continued, low and insistent. Hours passed. They started doubting everything. The road seemed endless, twisting back on itself. They stumbled into a small abandoned gas station. Inside, a note was tacked to the wall. "Leave before it finds you." The handwriting was jagged, frantic. Tyler's face went pale. "This isn't real," he muttered. "It can't be." They left immediately, moving faster. But the whispers grew louder, and Mark thought he saw movement behind every tree. At one point, Lisa screamed. She had glimpsed the figure from the night before, standing at the edge of the road, impossibly tall, staring at them. It didn't move when they ran. It just watched. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a highway and spotted a car. The driver, an older woman, stared at them as they ran up. "Where have you been?" She demanded. They tried to explain, but the words came out jumbled. She shook her head and motioned them into the car. "You're lucky you made it out," she said. "Most people don't. Don't." When they got to a town with a real police station, they tried to report the motel, the whispers, the figure. The officers exchanged skeptical looks. "There's no motel around here like that," one said. "And that shortcut road, that forest stretch doesn't exist on any map. There's nothing back there." The three friends left South Dakota that same day. They never spoke about the incident in detail, not even to each other. Occasionally, Tyler would mention it, but quickly changed the subject. Lisa refused to travel alone on roads at night, and Mark found himself avoiding state highways that passed through thick forests. Years later, Mark, flipping through old maps, tried to trace their route. It was impossible. Roads had been straightened, towns erased, shortcuts removed. The motel and gas station were gone from every record. But sometimes, when he drives late at night on rural highways, he can feel the same oppressive weight, the same whispers carried on the wind, and he knows they had never really escaped that forest. Story, the end. The road was long and straight, slicing through the flat cornfields of Iowa, and the sun had barely set when Matt, Sarah, and Lucas hit the highway. They were college friends, eager for a last-minute getaway before finals. The plan was simple. Drive west to Nebraska, camp near a lake they'd found on a map, and spend a couple of days hiking and fishing. Nothing fancy, just freedom and escape. Matt was behind the wheel of his dad's old Jeep, its paint faded and bumper slightly bent. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, scrolling through her phone for directions, while Lucas lounged in the back, headphones in, occasionally groaning at Matt's choice of playlist. As they drove deeper into the night, the lights of small towns disappeared, replaced by dark stretches of highway lined by towering cornstalks. The only sound was the Jeep's engine and the occasional rustle of wind through the fields. "I think we're on the right road," Sarah said, looking at her phone. "GPS says the lake should be just a few miles ahead." "GPS isn't always right out here," Matt said. "I grew up near here. I know these roads." Lucas laughed. "Great. Let's get lost in the middle of nowhere. Can't wait." Hours passed, and the three began to notice odd things. The road signs were sparse and often bent or scratched. Occasionally, they'd see someone walking along the roadside, but when they slowed to look, the person would vanish into the darkness. "Did you guys see that?" Lucas asked suddenly, pointing ahead. A figure was standing in the middle of the road, unmoving, silhouetted against the Jeep's headlights. Matt slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded slightly on the gravel shoulder. "It's just someone trying to hitch a ride," Matt said, though his voice wavered. "We'll be fine." They slowly drove past the figure, but as they did, it lifted its head. Its eyes reflected the headlights unnaturally bright, almost glowing. Sarah shivered. "That was not normal," she whispered. Minutes later, they reached the lake, or at least where the GPS indicated the lake should be. But instead of a calm body of water and a campground, there was only a wide clearing surrounded by dense trees. The mist from the forest crept over the ground, and the moonlight barely illuminated the area. "This doesn't look right," Lucas said. "Let's just set up camp here," Matt insisted. "It's close enough to the lake." They pitched a tent, made a small fire, and tried to shake off the unease. The forest seemed alive, the wind carrying odd whispers that weren't quite words. Every now and then they caught glimpses of movement at the edge of the clearing, shadows that seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally. Around midnight, Sarah woke to the sound of snapping branches near the tent. She nudged Matt, who groaned awake. "Probably just an animal," he muttered. But then the whispers started, soft, deliberate, surrounding them, coming from every direction. The three of them huddled together, heartbeats loud in the quiet night. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the firelight. Tall, thin, wearing dark clothes that blended with the shadows. Its face was pale, expressionless, but its eyes, dark, hollow, and unblinking, sent a chill straight through them. "Who's there?" Matt called, voice trembling. The figure didn't answer. It just stood there, staring, and then slowly it raised one hand and pointed at them. The fire flickered violently, and when it steadied, the figure was gone. Panic set in. They grabbed flashlights and searched the clearing, but found nothing. No footprints, no signs of passage, nothing to indicate anyone had been there. "Let's leave, now," Lucas said. They jumped into the Jeep, but the engine wouldn't start. Matt tried again and again, but it only coughed and died. The shadows in the forest seemed to press closer, as if the trees themselves were alive. Then came a knock on the Jeep's hood. Slow. Deliberate. Sarah screamed. And Matt frantically tried to start the car again. The knock came again, louder this time, accompanied by a scraping sound along the side of the vehicle. Finally, with a desperate turn of the key, the Jeep roared to life. Matt floored the gas, tearing down the gravel path that had led them to the clearing. The figure appeared in the middle of the road once more, but this time it was closer, larger, and somehow more menacing. Matt swerved violently to avoid it. The Jeep skidded off the road, hitting a ditch, and they tumbled through the mud and brush before coming to a stop. When they finally looked up, the figure was gone. They continued driving, sticking strictly to well-lit highways this time. Hours later, they reached the nearest town. Exhausted, muddy, and shaken, they explained their ordeal to a local sheriff who nodded gravely. "You're not the first to see them," he said. "Some people call them the Watchers. Old legends say they haunt these roads, especially at night. They don't always hurt people, but they like to observe." Matt, Sarah, and Lucas never returned to the area. The memory of those hollow eyes of being watched and hunted stayed with them for years. Every time they drove through the Midwest at night, they instinctively scanned the roadside, expecting to see a shadow, a figure, a pair of glowing eyes that reminded them of that night. Even decades later, they couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still out there, waiting along those empty roads, silent and unblinking. Story the end. The rain had been falling since before sunrise, hammering against the windshield like 1,000 impatient fingers. Uh, I'd been on the road for nearly 3 hours when the first odd thing happened. The highway, Interstate 90 heading west out of Buffalo, was nearly empty despite it being late afternoon. Thanksgiving weekend traffic should have clogged every lane, but the only cars I'd seen were parked on the shoulders, abandoned, their hazard lights blinking like dying fireflies. I told myself it was the weather, a bad storm, flooding somewhere up ahead, something explainable. But the truth settled in my gut heavier than the coffee I'd chugged that morning. Nothing about this stretch of interstate felt normal. I was driving to Cleveland to pick up my little sister, Chloe, from college. She'd missed her bus home, and my parents didn't want her stuck on campus alone all holiday weekend. They begged me to go get her. I agreed, mostly because I didn't want them worrying, but I couldn't shake the sense of dread the entire time I prepped for the trip. I should have listened to that feeling. Miles of gray highway stretched ahead of me, made worse by the fog that hung low over the asphalt like a living thing. My wipers struggled to keep up. A state trooper's SUV appeared suddenly on the shoulder. Driver door swung wide. Lights flashing, but no officer in sight. I slowed down instinctively, leaning forward to look through the fog. "Hello?" I called out stupidly through the cracked window, knowing no one could hear me at that speed. The SUV was still running. Steam rose from the hood. The radio inside hissed with static. That was when I noticed the footprints. Bare footprints leading from the open driver's door into the trees. Not boot prints, not even sneakers, just toes, arches, heels. Deep and clear in the muddy ground. Then they disappeared into the fog-drenched woods. I didn't stop. I pressed the gas harder. After another 20 minutes, the highway alert system buzzed on my phone. Severe weather warning. Avoid I-90 between exits 47 and 51. Emergency response delayed. I was somewhere between those exact exits. Of course, I tried turning on the radio for updates, but all I got was static until the static broke into a low, dragging voice. A whisper. Slow, wet-sounding. I turned it off immediately. Just when I thought maybe I was overthinking all of it, I saw the second abandoned car, a silver sedan, doors closed, trunk open. There was luggage still inside, clothing soaked by rain. The passenger window was shattered inward. The glass inside glittered like diamonds scattered across the seat. I drove past it faster than I should have. The fog thickened, swallowing the tail end of my car as if it were alive. The road began to curve slightly, leading deeper into a wooded area I didn't remember being so dense. Trees pressed in on both sides, branches bent unnaturally low like they were leaning forward to watch. Then, the thing that finally made my hands shake, I saw someone standing in the right lane. A woman. She was barefoot, wearing a loose white shirt that clung to her skin from the rain. Her hair hung in long, soaked strands over her face. She wasn't moving, not even shivering. Just standing in the middle of the interstate. I slammed on the brakes so hard that everything in my passenger seat flew onto the floor. The car skidded and fishtailed, but I stopped just in time, only a few feet from her. She didn't react, didn't look up, didn't breathe that I could see. "Miss," I yelled through the window, my voice cracking. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" She slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were wrong. Not just dark, but empty. Like pupils carved out of deep water. Her lips parted slightly, and she whispered something. Except I didn't hear it with my ears. I heard it inside my head. "Turn back." Goosebumps rippled up my arms. I reached for reverse, but the car jerked violently. The engine sputtered. The entire dashboard flickered. The headlights blinked out for a second, only a second. But when they came back on, she was gone, just gone. I floored it. My tires screeched, water spraying behind me as I sped through the fog. My heart hammered so violently I thought it might crack my ribs. I called Chloe. It rang once, twice. On the third ring, she picked up. "Hello?" Relief washed through me. "Chloe, I'm almost there, but the highway's a nightmare." She cut me off. "Why did you leave the car?" I froze. "What? I'm driving. What are you talking about?" "Just now," she whispered. "You walked into the woods. You were calling my name." A cold rush went through me so suddenly I nearly swerved off the road, my jaw clenched. "Chloe, I'm on I-90. I'm not anywhere near you." Silence. Then she whispered, voice trembling, "It wasn't you." The call dropped. The phone screen went black. Dead battery, but it had been at 82%. I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles burned. Another abandoned car appeared. This one had all 4 doors wide open, lights blinking weakly. The hazard lights clicked loudly in the silent forest air, and then the fog shifted, moved. It parted just long enough for me to see movement in the trees. Shadows, figures, but not walking like normal people walk, more like swaying, rocking, almost dragged by something unseen. My stomach turned, and then I heard it, a whisper. Not in my head this time, from the back seat. Turn back. The blood in my veins turned to ice. I whipped around, breath stuck in my throat. No one was there, but the back seat was wet, dripping, soaked as if someone had just climbed in after walking through the rain. I forced myself to face forward again. I had to get off this road, had to get to civilization, people, lights, anything. My hands shook violently as I turned off onto the first exit I saw, barely visible through the fog. Except it wasn't an exit. It was another road, narrower, older, cracked and disappearing into thick forest. The sign was rusted over, unreadable. My GPS showed nothing. The map glitched in and out, the blue dot flickering like it wasn't sure where I was, like the road wasn't supposed to exist. But behind me, the fog on the highway churned, rising like a wall. Something moved inside it, something big. I had no choice. I drove down the old road. It wound deeper into the forest, branches scraping the car like nails. The fog pressed in from behind but never fully covered the road ahead, as if something wanted me to keep going. Soon, I saw a building through the trees. An old motel. The neon sign buzzed weakly through the storm. Road Creek Inn, vacancy. The parking lot was full, dozens of cars, all with their lights off, some of them still running. I pulled in slowly, every instinct screaming to turn around, but the fog had sealed the road behind me completely, a wall of shifting gray. I got out and stepped into ankle-deep water. The motel office door was half open. A bell rang somewhere inside when I pushed it. "Hello?" I called out. No answer, just static playing softly from an old radio on the counter. Then, a voice behind me. "You made good time." I spun around. The woman from the highway stood in the doorway. Closer now. Too close. Her soaked hair clung to her cheek. Her pale feet left watery prints on the motel floor. Her head tilted slightly. "You didn't listen," she whispered. I stumbled back. "What do you want?" She blinked slowly, like her eyelids were made of stone. "It's not about what I want." Her lips curled up, but it wasn't a smile. "It's that they're hungry." The radio static grew louder, warmer, like breathing. Then I realized it was breathing. Every door to the motel room slowly creaked open. One by one, darkness inside, figures moving just beyond the threshold, dripping, barefoot, whispering. My heart slammed against my ribs as I bolted out the office door. I jumped into my car, fumbled with the keys, and tore out of the parking lot. The fog parted just enough for me to escape back onto the forest road. I didn't look back, not when the whispers followed me, not when something slammed onto my trunk, not when the fog seemed to chase me like a living creature. I didn't stop driving until I saw the lights of a gas station, miles and miles down the road. Other cars appeared. The fog receded. The highway looked normal again. I didn't tell the police. What was I supposed to say? That the fog tried to kill me? That a barefoot woman whispered inside my skull? That an entire motel full of abandoned travelers tried to step out of the darkness and follow me? I reached Chloe's campus by morning. She refused to talk about what she saw outside her dorm window that night. Said the thing calling her name sounded nothing like me. We drove home in silence. But that night, when I parked in front of our house, I noticed something on the back seat. A footprint. A single bare footprint, still wet, and a whisper brushed the back of my neck, soft as breath. "You shouldn't have left the road." Story the end. It was a late August Friday when my college friends and I decided to take a spontaneous road trip down the Blue Ridge Parkway. 4 of us crammed into my beat-up Jeep Cherokee, loaded with camping gear, snacks, and a couple of coolers full of beer. We left in the late afternoon, the kind of golden light that makes everything look perfect on the highway. Spirits were high. We were loud and joking, blasting 90s rock from the car stereo. After a few hours, we left the main highway and started following a series of small, winding mountain roads that the GPS labeled as scenic routes. At first, it was amazing. Curves lined with trees, occasional overlooks with breathtaking views, but soon the scenery started feeling off. The woods seemed denser, darker, as if the sunlight refused to penetrate. The wind through the trees sounded like it was whispering. We stopped at a small, almost forgotten rest area. The sign was peeling, the vending machines covered in rust, and there wasn't another car in sight. I joked that it looked like a set from a horror movie, but the joke didn't land. Everyone was quiet, uneasy. My friend Alex, who usually carried the bravado of the group, said, "We should keep moving. Something about this place feels wrong." We got back in the Jeep and kept driving. The road started narrowing, winding around sharp bends with no guardrails. The GPS had stopped updating, now showing just a flickering blue dot. Then we noticed a figure standing at the edge of the road ahead. At first we thought it was a hitchhiker, a man in a dark hoodie waving for a ride. But the more we watched, the stranger it looked. Its posture was unnatural, almost like it was bending in ways a human shouldn't. I slowed the Jeep and the figure tilted its head. It didn't wave, didn't move closer. It just stared. Its face was obscured by shadows, but there was something wrong with it. Something that made my stomach twist. Alex whispered, "Drive past. Don't stop." I nodded and floored the accelerator. The figure didn't move out of the way. Instead, it started walking along the side of the road, keeping pace with us. We were moving fast, but somehow it stayed with us. The road led us to an old, abandoned service station. The building was boarded up, but faint light flickered inside like a dying bulb. Something compelled me to stop, curiosity mingled with fear. We parked 100 feet away and got out to look. The smell hit us immediately, rotting wood, metal, and something else, coppery and thick. Then we saw them. Not one figure this time, but multiple. People? Not quite. They moved like humans, but wrong. Their limbs were twisted, their heads at impossible angles. Some were dragging objects that looked like furniture or maybe parts of something else. There was no sound except for the dragging. No footsteps, just the scrape of whatever they were pulling. We froze. My hands were shaking, Alex's face pale. I whispered, "We need to go, now." As we backed the Jeep out, one of them stepped closer to the edge of the building. Its head turned unnaturally, and I could feel it watching us. I slammed the gas, tires spinning on loose gravel, and took off down the winding road. The figures didn't follow at first, but then we heard it, a sound like chains being dragged over stone. It was behind us, though nothing was visible in the mirrors. The rest of the night was a blur of panic. Every curve, every shadow on the road made us think it was there. My headlights caught glimpses of movement in the trees. Once I thought I saw a hand reaching out from the brush. None of us spoke, just prayed for the highway to appear. Hours later, we finally hit the main road. The feeling of safety didn't come immediately. We drove straight through the night, not stopping until we reached a small motel in a town that actually appeared on the map. Sleep came in fits, haunted by dreams of twisted figures, dragging sounds, and those impossible, staring eyes. We swore never to speak of it again, but it followed us in other ways. Shadows in the corner of our rooms, a fleeting glimpse on a quiet road, the faint whisper of dragging against the asphalt in the middle of the night. No one could explain it, no story, no local legend, nothing. Just the experience. Years later, I drove through that area again, curiosity and a lingering need for closure gnawing at me. The abandoned service station was gone, or at least I couldn't find it. The roads had changed, and the forest seemed innocent, welcoming. But every time I turned a corner into a patch of overgrown trees, I swore I saw them. The twisted figures, their heads tilting unnaturally, dragging something I didn't want to imagine. Some road trips are about memories, laughs, and freedom. Some are about something else entirely, something lurking just beyond the edge of the headlights, waiting for the next car to wander too far from safety. Story the end. It was early August when Tyler, Megan, and their friends, Chris and Lila, decided to take a spontaneous road trip from Atlanta to the Appalachian Mountains. College was over for the summer, rent money was scarce, and they wanted one last adventure before everyone scattered for internships and summer jobs. They loaded Tyler's old Ford Explorer with backpacks, snacks, and a cooler full of sodas and energy drinks. Spirits were high, laughter bouncing around the car as they drove through Georgia and into the Carolinas. By late afternoon on the second day, they were deep in the Smoky Mountains, a stretch of highway that twisted and turned, bordered by thick forests that seemed to swallow the fading sunlight. Chris was driving, Music low so they could talk over the roar of the tires on asphalt. Guys, I swear I saw something back there, Megan said suddenly, pointing toward the rearview mirror. Yeah, right. Tyler laughed, pretending to peer over her shoulder. It's just the shadows from the trees. Stop watching horror movies before road trips. They didn't notice the narrow, barely marked side road until Lila pointed it out. A handmade sign leaned against a tree. Hickory Hollow, last gas 20 miles back. Do we take it? Lila asked. Chris hesitated. We don't need gas, but it looks like a shortcut. Against better judgment, they turned onto the road. Within minutes, the asphalt ended, replaced by gravel, then dirt. The trees grew closer together, branches brushing the roof of the Explorer, rain beginning to sprinkle down. Soon, visibility dropped to a few feet. A few miles in, the Explorer jolted violently. Tyler, who had been leaning back in his seat, yelped. Flat tire, Chris muttered, swearing as he tried to restart the car. The engine turned over, but a strange grinding sound followed. They were stuck. Lila's phone had 0 bars. Megan tried to call Tyler's father for help. Nothing. They decided they had no choice but to walk, hoping a house or gas station appeared along the narrow, darkening road. After about 20 minutes of trudging through mud and rain, they saw a faint light between the trees. A cabin, maybe 100 yards off the road, with a dim porch light flickering. Smoke curled from the chimney, and they ran toward it, desperate. The cabin door opened before they could knock. An elderly man appeared, his face weathered, eyes unnervingly bright under a hooded shadow. You folks lost? He asked, voice calm but with an edge that made all of them tense. Yes, sir. Our car broke down, Chris explained. We need help. The man nodded, stepping aside. Come in. Warm up by the fire. Phone's out there if you need it. Inside, it smelled of burning wood and old pine. The furniture was mismatched and covered in dust. A radio crackled on the shelf but played nothing but static. He offered them tea, which Megan politely accepted, although the taste was bitter, metallic. As they sat, they noticed strange carvings on the walls, symbols that didn't look like any alphabet they knew, circles and lines connected in odd patterns. Megan shivered. What are these? She asked. Old traditions, the man said softly. Keep the dark out. Chris laughed nervously. Right? Dark? What dark? Before the man could answer, the room temperature dropped sharply. The fire sputtered, shadows dancing wildly across the walls. From the corner, a low, scraping noise started, metal against stone, like claws dragging. Tyler froze. Did you hear that? The man's calm demeanor cracked for the first time. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come down this road. What are you talking about? Lila demanded. But the sound grew louder. Something huge was moving outside, circling the cabin. Windows rattled. Megan pressed herself against the wall, eyes wide, heart hammering. Suddenly a face appeared at the window, pale, gaunt, too long for a human face, eyes reflecting the firelight inside. Megan screamed. Tyler lunged for the door. The man grabbed him. Don't! They can't cross the threshold unless invited. Who? What? Chris yelled. They're the Hollow Ones, the man said in a whisper. They live in the woods, and they take travelers who wander too far from the road. You've been marked the moment you turn down the Hollow Road. The dragging noise intensified. Shadows began to press against the cabin as if the darkness itself had weight. The windows vibrated violently. The man's voice shook. Go now. Run. Don't stop until the road is back in sight. They grabbed what they could. Backpacks, coats, flashlights, and ran into the woods. Branches clawed at their skin, mud sucking at their shoes. Every time they looked back, they thought they saw shapes moving, tall and thin, almost human, but impossibly fast. After what felt like hours, they burst onto a paved highway. A truck passed, headlights blinding them. They flagged it down, screaming for help. The driver, a man in his 40s, looked at them like they were crazy, but stopped. What happened to you guys? He asked as they climbed in. You look like hell. They tried to explain. The trucker frowned. Hickory Hollow? Don't take that road. Nobody goes that way anymore. People disappear. Always have. Shaken, they stayed in a hotel that night, unable to sleep. Tyler checked his phone, messages from friends, social media, but there was one odd message from an unknown number. You shouldn't have come down the Hollow Road. We were patient. They left the mountains the next day, driving in silence. None of them mentioned the cabin, the carvings, or the shadows. But every time Megan closed her eyes, she saw those gaunt faces pressing against the cabin windows, and she could still hear the dragging sound echoing in the woods. Years later, they would find a website documenting disappearances in the Smokies. Dozens of cases spanning decades, all along the same narrow side road, all travelers who vanished without a trace. Hickory Hollow was real, according to the page, though no one could say why it existed or who, or what haunted it. None of them ever returned to the mountains. But on quiet nights, when the wind rustled the trees outside, Megan swore she could hear scraping and see pale eyes watching from the dark. Story, the end. The road was quiet, almost unnervingly so, when Alex and Casey left their small hometown in Ohio on a Friday evening. They had planned a weekend road trip to the Smoky Mountains, a chance to escape their busy lives for a few days of hiking, campfires, and late-night stargazing. Alex was behind the wheel of his beat-up Ford Explorer, Casey riding shotgun, GPS set to their destination, Spotify playlist queued. At first, the drive was normal, radio chatter, traffic lights, and the occasional semi-truck thundering past, but after a couple of hours, the scenery started changing. Towns became sparse, the roadside filled with overgrown weeds and rusted billboards. The sky had darkened to an ominous shade of purple, and the sun had long disappeared behind the horizon. "Are we still on the right road?" Casey asked, voice tinged with unease. "Yeah, GPS says 45 more miles," Alex replied, eyes on the road. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Soon they passed a small sign that read, "Welcome to Cedar Hollow, population 13. The letters were faded, the paint peeling. Alex slowed the car, squinting at the map. Casey's phone had no signal, and the GPS was starting to lag. "Maybe we should stop," Casey suggested, "just to check the map or get some water." Alex hesitated, but finally agreed. They pulled into a small gas station at the edge of town. The lights flickered, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. Inside, the shelves were mostly empty, dust covering everything. A man behind the counter barely looked up, muttering something that sounded like a greeting before returning to his paperwork. Alex grabbed a bottle of water, Casey picking up some snacks. When they went to the counter, the man's eyes flicked toward them, unsettlingly cold. "Need directions?" he asked, voice raspy. "Yes, actually," Alex said. "We're trying to get to the Smoky Mountains. Which road's best?" The man's gaze lingered on Alex for a long moment. "The old road," he said finally. "Faster, but lonely. Watch the trees." Alex laughed nervously. "The trees?" The man didn't answer. He just went back to his paperwork. They left the gas station, uneasy but trying to shrug it off. The road the man had mentioned was narrow and winding, cutting through thick woods. At first, it seemed like a good shortcut, but soon the forest pressed in on both sides, and the headlights barely illuminated the asphalt. "Feels like the road is closing in," Casey muttered. Alex didn't respond, gripping the wheel tighter. They drove in silence, the forest around them eerily still. No wind rustled the leaves, no animals stirred, just an oppressive quiet. Then a shape darted across the road. A deer, Alex thought, slamming on the brakes. But the shape didn't move like an animal. It was upright. Too thin, too fast. Casey screamed, her hand gripping Alex's arm. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," Alex shouted, accelerating to put distance between them and whatever it was. Minutes passed, the tension building. Every shadow seemed alive, every tree a hiding place. Then they saw lights ahead, a small cabin, windows glowing faintly. Relief washed over them. Maybe someone could help. They pulled up to the cabin, smoke curled from the chimney, and the door was slightly ajar. Alex knocked, hesitant, but no answer came. Casey's phone buzzed with a weak signal, showing a text from Alex's brother. "Call if you can. Weather's bad out there." Before Alex could respond, the door creaked open slowly. A woman stepped out, her hair tangled, face pale, eyes hollow. "Hello?" Alex said, trying to sound calm. She tilted her head. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly. "They don't like visitors." "Who?" Casey asked, fear rising in her throat. The woman didn't answer. Instead, she stepped aside, letting them pass. The cabin door slammed behind them. The forest around them felt alive, like it was shifting, watching. Alex floored the accelerator, desperate to escape. But the road twisted impossibly, every turn leading them back toward the cabin. Trees seemed to shift positions, shadows stretching unnaturally. Every time they looked in the rearview mirror, they swore they saw figures emerging from the darkness, pale faces and hollow eyes, silently following. Hours, or maybe minutes, time had lost meaning. Passed. Their gas tank was low, and the tires were starting to skid on the cracked asphalt. Casey's panic was mounting, every small sound amplified in the oppressive night. Then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared directly in front of them, a man standing with arms outstretched. Alex swerved violently, the SUV bouncing off the edge of the road. The headlights caught something impossible. Hundreds of pale faces in the woods, all staring, all moving closer. "Drive," Casey screamed, tears streaking her face. Alex didn't hesitate. He pushed the SUV faster than it had any right to go. The engine screamed, tires squealed, and behind them, the forest seemed to ripple and shift, shapes lunging but never quite touching. Finally, dawn broke. The pale figures vanished as if they were never there. The road opened into a familiar highway, leading them back to civilization. They didn't stop, didn't speak, only drove until the sun was high and the first real town appeared. At a diner, over coffee, they tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it had been hallucinations from exhaustion, or maybe someone had been playing a prank. But the memory of those hollow eyes, the forest shifting around them, and the cabin that wasn't supposed to exist was too real. Alex and Casey agreed never to speak of Cedar Hollow again, though the fear lingered like a shadow. Even weeks later, when Alex drove at night on empty roads, he couldn't shake the feeling that the trees were watching, waiting for the next travelers foolish enough to take the shortcut. Sometimes when Casey closes her eyes at night, she swears she can hear faint footsteps outside, rustling leaves, and the whisper of someone or something saying, "You shouldn't have come here." Neither of them knows what would have happened if they had stopped at the cabin or if they had ventured further into the forest. But one thing is certain, the memory of that night is etched into their minds, a warning that some roads are meant to stay empty and some shortcuts should never be taken. Story the end. We had been planning the trip for months. 4 friends crammed into a beat-up van, heading from Denver to Portland for a weekend hiking getaway. It was early September, and the Rockies were just starting to show hints of fall, reds and golds peppering the dense forests. The plan was simple: drive, camp, hike, eat, repeat. Nothing could go wrong, or so we thought. The first day went smoothly. We rolled down the highway, windows open, music blaring, laughing at inside jokes. Around dusk, we left the interstate for a backroad shortcut that a local had recommended online. The road was narrow and winding, surrounded by thick pine forests. The sun dipped below the horizon faster than we expected, and the headlights barely pierced the growing darkness. I was driving when I noticed the first sign something was off. A car following us. Not too close, but persistent, keeping pace perfectly. At first, I assumed it was just another driver heading the same way, but hours passed and it stayed there. Every time I slowed or took a turn, it mirrored our moves. "That's weird," Sarah in the passenger seat said. "Maybe they're lost too." But her voice had an edge of fear I didn't want to admit I shared. We decided to pull into a small roadside diner that appeared out of nowhere. The place was dim, the neon sign flickering. As we parked, the car behind us disappeared. Relief washed over us. Inside, the diner smelled faintly of burnt coffee and grease. The waitress was a middle-aged woman with a tired face. We ordered, chatted casually, tried to shake off the uneasy feeling. When we came back outside, our van was gone. Not stolen, completely vanished, as if it had never been there. The parking lot was empty except for a few rusted chairs stacked near the entrance. Panic rose like bile in my throat. "This isn't funny," Mark shouted, fumbling with his phone. No signal. Nothing. We wandered down the road, hoping it had simply been moved. That's when we saw the headlights, a faint glow coming through the trees, slowly approaching. Our van, or what looked like it, came into view, parked by the side of the road, doors open, engine running. But something was wrong. The windows were tinted dark, and inside, shadows moved unnaturally. Before we could react, a figure stepped out. Tall, gaunt, wearing a hooded jacket, no face visible. Just empty darkness where eyes should be. It didn't speak. It didn't move like a human. It just watched. Fear made my legs heavy. I wanted to run, but my friends froze beside me. The figure gestured vaguely toward the van. Against every instinct, we approached. The doors creaked as we opened them. Inside, the van was empty. Nothing but our backpacks, untouched, but something else. Scratches on the seats, deep gouges that hadn't been there before. and smeared across the windshield, a message written in something dark, sticky. Stay or join. I felt my stomach knot. We leave, I whispered. No one argued. We sprinted back toward the diner, but the road had changed. The path we came in on now twisted unnaturally, trees lining it like walls. We ran blindly, not sure if we were going forward or circling back. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of our eyes. Whispers, soft, unintelligible, filled the air. Hours passed. I don't know how. Every turn seemed to lead us back to the same clearing, where the van now sat again, headlights on, engine idling, doors open like a trap. The figure stood there, always the same distance away, silent, patient. Panic turned into a numbing dread. Eventually, Mark tripped over something in the underbrush. A body. At first, I thought it was an animal, but then I saw the clothes. Our missing hiker from last year's Oregon trip, the one who vanished near the same forest. His eyes were open, lifeless, and carved into the bark beside him was the same symbol we'd seen smeared on the van windshield. I vomited, unable to comprehend it. Sarah screamed. I turned to see her pointing. More figures emerging from the woods, tall, faceless, all staring at us. They didn't run, didn't speak, just waited. And the van door creaked open again, inviting. Something in me wanted to run toward it, some deep, irrational pull, but my mind screamed no. We ran blindly, branches slapping our faces, roots tripping us, lungs burning. Eventually, we burst out onto a highway, lit by passing cars. A truck driver stopped, eyes wide, as we flagged him down. He got us to a police station. Officers followed us back to the forest, but the van was gone. The clearing was empty. No footprints, no van, no sign of the figures. We never spoke of it again, at least not openly. But sometimes, late at night, I see the headlights reflected in my bedroom window. And when the wind is just right, I swear I hear that whisper calling my name. A year later, news broke of a group of hikers disappearing in that exact stretch of forest. The details were eerily familiar. Van, headlights, faceless figures. Some people speculated a cult, others something supernatural. No one knew for sure. I never drive that back road again. Even the interstate feels haunted now. I don't tell people what happened. They'd call me crazy. But I know the truth. Some roads don't want you to pass. Some woods don't want you out. And sometimes if you get too close, they take something from you, leaving only the memory and the terror behind. Story the end. The plan was simple. 3 friends, a van, and the open road. Me, Jenna, and Marcus decided to escape the monotony of our college town in Indiana and head down to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. We were young, reckless, and overconfident, thinking nothing on the road could scare us. We left early Friday morning, packed the van with snacks, blankets, and a cooler of cheap beer. The first few hours were perfect. Sun streaming through the windows, music blasting, snack and laughter filling every mile. We passed through cornfields, rolling hills, and tiny towns that seemed frozen in time. But as evening approached, the highways became emptier, the light dimmer, and the landscape more unfamiliar. By the time we crossed into Missouri, a thick fog had settled over the road. We were driving on a 2-lane back road because the GPS kept insisting there was a shortcut that would save us an hour. I should have ignored it, but stubbornness won. The road curved sharply between tall trees, the fog pressing in so thick it felt like we were moving through a cloud. Suddenly, our headlights picked up something standing on the side of the road. A man, or what looked like a man, wearing tattered clothes, waving frantically. Marcus slowed down, but the figure stepped into the road. I slammed on the brakes, the van skidding slightly on wet leaves. The man vanished, just gone. No trace, no footprints. Jenna screamed. I tried to laugh it off, but even I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold night air. We continued cautiously, but then the van started acting strange. The radio flickered on and off, static filling the car, and the temperature dropped. We could see our breath inside the van. The fog was so thick it was impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Every curve felt like we were driving in circles. Hours later, we spotted a gas station. It was small, with flickering fluorescent lights and a single attendant who looked like he hadn't moved in decades. The pumps were old, rusty, and one of the windows was cracked, a spiderweb of fractures running across it. Jenna went inside to use the restroom, while Marcus and I filled the tank. Inside, the store smelled of mildew and rotting food. The attendant didn't speak. He just stared at her with this blank, unblinking stare. She hurried out, pale and shaking. Back on the road, things got worse. The GPS, which had been dead for most of the trip, suddenly came back to life, but instead of guiding us to New Orleans, it kept rerouting us down increasingly isolated back roads. The signs were wrong, the towns didn't exist, and the roads stretched endlessly, twisting into darkness. Around midnight, we pulled over at what looked like an abandoned rest area. The concrete was cracked, the lights dim and buzzing. We were exhausted and decided to rest for a couple of hours. I fell asleep in the driver's seat while Marcus and Jenna stretched out in the back. I woke to the sound of someone, or something, knocking on the van windows. My heart raced. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it outside. Nothing. But then I saw them. Figures, dozens of them, standing just beyond the fog. Shapeless, twisting, moving like smoke, all staring at us. Jenna screamed from the back. I locked the doors and tried to start the van. The engine wouldn't turn over. The figures moved closer, drifting across the asphalt, silent but terrifying. Finally, the van roared to life as if it had never had a problem. We didn't wait to figure it out. Tires screeching, we barreled down the road, headlights cutting through the fog. Hours later, we stumbled onto a familiar highway. By dawn, we were back in civilization. The fog had vanished, the roads were clear, and the world seemed normal. But we never spoke of that night again, at least not aloud. Weeks later, I was driving alone when I saw a news report about a missing traveler's van somewhere in southern Missouri. The description matched ours almost exactly, and the report mentioned the occupants vanished near a back road that didn't exist on any official maps. I checked the date. It was from the exact night we drove through that fog. Sometimes, when I drive late at night on isolated roads, I see a figure at the edge of the fog. It's always tattered, always waving, always disappearing when I get close. Marcus swears he's seen it too. Jenna refuses to drive anywhere after dark. And me? I avoid back roads entirely, because somewhere out there, beyond the GPS and the signs that don't exist, the fog waits, and the figures are always watching, always moving, just at the edge of your headlights, ready to make sure you never forget. Story the end. The road was long and empty, stretching through the heart of Montana, the kind of place where cell service vanished and the horizon seemed to blur with the sky. 4 friends, Ethan, Rachel, Tyler, and Maddie, had loaded up a rented minivan for a summer road trip from Billings to Glacier National Park. They were chasing the thrill of the open road, the kind of freedom only a cross-state drive could offer. Laughter filled the van as Tyler argued with Rachel over the best playlist, Maddie dozing in the passenger seat, and Ethan keeping an eye on the map. By late afternoon, the scenery began to shift. The mountains loomed larger, their jagged peaks shrouded in mist, and the road narrowed to a single lane in places, flanked by dense pine forests. Ethan, who was driving, glanced at the GPS. "We should have hit the 49 by now," he muttered. "Relax," Rachel said, scrolling through her phone despite the weak signal. "It's all part of the adventure." They turned onto a small back road that promised a shortcut. The asphalt quickly gave way to gravel, potholes bouncing the van like a toy. The forest grew thicker, shadows deepening under the late afternoon sun. Birds didn't sing, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush made Maddie shiver. After what felt like an hour, they spotted a small motel sign. Pine Haven Inn, vacancy. The building looked abandoned, paint peeling, windows darkened with grime. Ethan slowed, suggesting they stop for a bathroom break. As they pulled into the cracked parking lot, a chill swept through the air, unnatural in its suddenness. "Are we sure anyone's here?" Tyler asked, stepping out of the van. The wind tugged at his jacket, carrying a faint, almost metallic smell. They approached the lobby. The door creaked open to reveal a dim interior, furnished with threadbare chairs and a front desk coated in dust. Behind the desk sat an elderly woman, hunched, her hair a tangled gray mess, eyes wide and unblinking. "You shouldn't be here," she croaked. "Rooms are full." "Full?" Rachel asked. "But there's a vacancy sign outside." The woman shook her head slowly. "The road brought you here, but roads aren't always roads." The words made the hair on Ethan's neck stand up. Maddie tugged at his sleeve. "Let's just leave." As they turned back toward the van, the temperature dropped sharply. The van, parked less than 20 feet away, now looked miles away, shrouded by an unnatural fog that had rolled in from nowhere. Tyler stepped forward and suddenly stumbled as if the ground had shifted beneath him. He scrambled up, white-knuckled, eyes wide. A low hum filled the air, barely audible at first, then rising, a sound that seemed to vibrate through their bones. From the forest, shadows moved unnaturally. Tall, thin, indistinct figures that darted between the trees with impossible speed. "Go!" Ethan shouted, fumbling with the keys. When he finally started the engine, the van lurched forward. But no matter how fast he drove, the fog in the forest seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Every turn led to another stretch of identical road, every tree and bend repeating like a cruel echo. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Time itself felt fractured. Maddie swore she saw the motel in the distance again. The same windows dark, the same empty sign, and the old woman's eyes staring at them from the doorway. Tyler muttered nonsense, pointing at shadows only he could see. Rachel's phone, once working intermittently, displayed nothing but static. Eventually, they found a narrow path leading off the main road. Desperate, Ethan turned down it. The van bounced violently over rocks, mud splashing over the tires. The path led to a clearing where an old, abandoned gas station stood. The pumps were rusted, glass broken, and the door to the store hung open on one hinge. Inside, shelves were stacked with canned goods, newspapers from decades ago, and a strange, pungent smell, something that reminded Maddie of damp soil and iron. They didn't linger. As they exited, they noticed strange graffiti on the walls, symbols that twisted unnaturally, almost alive in their angles. A chill ran down Rachel's spine as she realized one symbol resembled a human figure, and it seemed to be moving slightly when she blinked. They tried the van again, hoping to find the highway, but the forest had grown denser, the road disappearing into thick brush. Then Tyler screamed. Ethan spun the wheel, hitting the brakes, and saw him frozen on the side of the road, pointing behind them. Figures, tall, black shapes, emerged from the forest. No faces, no features, just humanoid silhouettes gliding toward them silently. The van's engine sputtered as if it sensed the danger. Ethan hit the ignition again, praying, and finally the van lurched forward, tires skidding on the gravel. They drove without direction, the forest stretching endlessly until night fell. Darkness swallowed everything, the moon hidden by thick clouds. The silhouettes were gone, but the sense of being watched never left. Then, faint headlights appeared behind them. A truck. Relief surged. Maybe they were being followed by someone who could help. But the truck never passed. Its headlights stayed fixed on them, maintaining distance, shadowing their every move. No sound of the engine reached the van. It was as if it floated over the ground, keeping pace perfectly. Hours, or days, they couldn't tell, passed. The van eventually broke down at a sharp bend. Engine smoking, tires flat. Stranded, the friends stumbled into the forest like following a vague sense of a path, praying for civilization. By dawn, they found a small road, paved and familiar. They emerged onto a highway leading to Glacier National Park. Bodies exhausted, clothes torn, eyes haunted. They stopped at the first town to call for help, terrified of what they had seen. Weeks later, Ethan returned to the area with a map, determined to find the back road. There was nothing. No motel, no abandoned gas station, no signs of the forest path that had trapped them. Locals denied any Pine Haven Inn ever existed. Even the highway seemed to have shifted. Sections unfamiliar, none of them spoke about it much after that. Sometimes in the dead of night, they would see a shadow pass outside their window, or the wind would carry a faint metallic smell. And every so often, when driving on empty roads through the mountains, they felt it. The road watching, twisting, waiting. Somewhere in Montana, in the gaps between the trees, the forest remembered them, and the back roads would always be there, stretching on forever, waiting for the next traveler to disappear. Story the end. It was mid-July when Ryan, Lisa, and Tyler decided to take a road trip from Nashville to Atlanta. They had planned it for months, 3 days of music, sightseeing, and cheap motels along the way. Ryan, behind the wheel of his beat-up Chevy Impala, insisted they leave early to avoid traffic. Lisa and Tyler packed snacks, an old cooler of drinks, and a set of camping chairs, just in case we find a cool spot to chill. The first leg of the drive was ordinary. Highways, small towns, gas stations, the usual mix of country radio and inside jokes. By late afternoon, they were somewhere in rural Tennessee, passing endless stretches of farmland and patches of dense forest. Ryan, always a fan of off-the-beaten-path adventures, suggested they take a shortcut he'd found on a map app. One of those dotted line roads that promised to shave off 30 minutes but warned of limited cell service. They hesitated, but curiosity won. Soon, the paved highway gave way to a narrow, cracked road winding into the woods. The sun dipped lower, turning the forest into a maze of shadows. Lisa, uneasy, kept saying they should turn back, but Ryan laughed, promising they'd be fine. Tyler, half amused, half nervous, kept scanning the trees, noticing how unnaturally quiet it had gotten. No birds, no insects, nothing but the car's tires crunching on gravel. After about 20 minutes, they noticed something strange. Tire tracks behind them. At first, Tyler thought it was just another car, but there was nothing on the road. The tracks seemed to appear in tandem with their own, as if someone or something was following them precisely. "Probably just a truck that passed us," Ryan said, but his voice lacked conviction. They tried to shake off the feeling, joking about horror movies, until Lisa swore she saw a figure standing between the trees. Tall, thin, wearing tattered clothing that blended with the shadows. She blinked, and it was gone. By nightfall, the road had grown worse, potholes, fallen branches, and narrow curves that seemed impossible to navigate in the dark. The Impala hit one bump too many, and the headlights flickered. Tyler muttered something about bad wiring, but Ryan was focused on getting them out of the forest before something spooky happened. Then they saw it. A stop sign. Rusted, bent, and swinging slightly, though there had been no intersection. Lisa froze. "We've never been here before," she said. Ryan shrugged. "It's probably just an old farm road or something." They drove past it, but the feeling of being watched intensified. The tapping started shortly after, a soft knock, like fingernails on metal, coming from the roof. Tyler laughed nervously. Probably branches. But the sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Suddenly, the car headlights picked up a figure on the road ahead, a man standing perfectly still, facing them. Ryan swerved, narrowly missing him. When they slowed, the man vanished. The forest around them seemed to close in, the branches scraping the sides of the car like claws. Panic set in. Ryan tried to call 911, but the signal was dead. Lisa suggested turning back, retracing their path, but every turn led them deeper into the forest. The road twisted unnaturally, bending in ways that didn't make sense, as if the map itself was a lie. After what felt like hours, they stumbled upon an old abandoned gas station, its windows dark, the pumps rusted through. The door creaked open, and a man appeared, pale, with dark rings around his eyes and a smile that didn't reach them. "You folks lost?" he rasped. Ryan nodded, voice tight. We need directions." The man handed them a crumpled piece of paper, yellowed with age. "Follow this. The forest doesn't like visitors." They took it without question, the paper covered in jagged lines that barely resembled a map. As they drove, the forest thickened, and the headlights seemed to fight through a haze that wasn't fog. The tapping returned, louder now on every side of the car. Tyler swore he saw faces peeking out from between the trees, watching. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt wrong. Finally, the road opened into a small clearing, and they saw a house in the distance. 2 stories, dilapidated, lights flickering, smoke curling from a chimney, though no one moved. Against all instinct, Ryan stopped. From the shadows, figures emerged. Tall, thin, their faces pale and unreadable. They didn't speak, but gestured toward the car, then vanished back into the trees. Tyler screamed, hitting the gas. They drove blindly, the road twisting impossibly, until they found themselves back on a highway. Shaken, they stopped at the next town. The locals looked at them strangely when they asked about the forest road. One old man muttered, "Don't take the Hollow Creek path at night. You'll never come out the same." Ryan, Lisa, and Tyler never spoke of it again. They reached Atlanta, exhausted, haunted, and forever changed. Every trip after that, Ryan avoided shortcuts. Lisa couldn't drive past forests at night. Tyler stopped trusting maps. And every time they closed their eyes, they could feel it, the tapping, the figures, the forest that didn't want them to leave. Years later, Ryan found an article buried in a local paper, disappearances along Hollow Creek Road dating back decades. People vanished, cars abandoned, travelers lost. The forest didn't forget, and neither did the Impala. No one drove Hollow Creek Road again, but the memory lingered, a shadow in their minds that whispered every time they passed a dark, lonely stretch of highway, reminding them that some roads were not meant for the living. Story the end. We were 3 friends, me, Jordan, and Liz, fresh out of college, itching for a final summer road trip before real responsibilities dragged us down. The plan was simple: drive from Atlanta to Denver, stopping wherever looked fun, staying in cheap motels, and seeing how far we could push our luck. We packed the car with snacks, music, and the kind of reckless optimism only 20-somethings have. The first 2 days were perfect. Endless highways, roadside diners with questionable food that tasted amazing anyway, and laughter that lasted hours. But on the third night, somewhere in rural Tennessee, things shifted. We had been driving for hours through winding, dark roads. GPS had long stopped helping. Cell service was spotty at best. The sun had set hours ago, leaving only our headlights to illuminate the thick tree line pressing against the road. Then, out of nowhere, a small, hand-painted wooden sign appeared by the roadside. Hollow Creek, 5 miles. Should we stop? Liz asked, squinting at the sign. Why not? Could be a shortcut or a campsite, Jordan said, always the one who wanted to see what was around the corner. I hesitated. Something about the name Hollow Creek didn't sit right. But we turned anyway. The road narrowed immediately, barely wide enough for our old Toyota Camry. Trees formed a tunnel overhead, leaves scratching the roof. The air grew colder, damp, like the forest itself was breathing around us. After about a mile, the headlights caught a faint glow ahead. A small town, no more than a few blocks, entirely empty. We parked in front of what looked like a gas station. The windows were fogged, the lights dim. A bell rang when we opened the door, though no one came out to greet us. A chalkboard sign said gas, snacks, shelter. Welcome travelers. Hello? I called. My voice sounded loud in the empty store. From the back, an older man appeared. He had wild gray hair, deep lines etched into his face, and eyes that seemed too focused. You're lucky to have made it here before nightfall, he said, almost too quickly. Most folks don't find Hollow Creek after dark. We exchanged glances. We just need some gas, Jordan said. Gas, yes, but the night is long, he muttered, not making eye contact with us. He gestured vaguely to a hallway leading to the back of the store. Liz nudged me. I don't like this, she whispered. I nodded, but curiosity got the better of us. Jordan filled the tank while the man watched silently from the shadows. Something about the way he stood, it wasn't exactly human. His body seemed stiff, as if his bones didn't quite move the way they should. Once the tank was full, we tried to pay. He shook his head. No need. Just don't leave after dark. The town doesn't like visitors. We laughed nervously. The storm clouds had rolled in now, lightning flashing behind the trees. The man's warning felt less like advice and more like a threat. We got back into the car, ready to leave, and that's when we noticed it. Every single house in Hollow Creek had its lights on. Warm, yellow lights that looked inviting, but no one moved. Not a sound, not a flicker of motion. As we drove down the main street, Liz pointed. Look at that window. There were figures inside, adults, children, standing perfectly still, staring directly at us. Their faces were expressionless, pale in the lamplight. One little girl in a white dress raised her hands slowly, like she was signaling us to stop. Jordan slammed on the brakes. The car fishtailed. What the hell is this place? He shouted. The old man from the gas station appeared in the street suddenly. He wasn't walking. He was gliding, moving too smoothly for a human. He lifted a hand, gesturing for us to come back. I felt my stomach drop. We're leaving, I said firmly. Try, he said, his voice like gravel mixed with ice. We floored it, tires screeching on wet pavement, but the road twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense. Each time we thought we'd reached the exit, the same sign appeared. Hollow Creek, welcome home. No, this isn't real, Jordan muttered. I tried the GPS. No signal. None of our phones work. The figures appeared again, lining the streets. Hundreds of them, silent, staring. Faces that weren't quite right. Their eyes too wide, smiles too fixed, and behind them the man from the gas station floated, a terrible grin spreading across his face. We drove faster, desperate, trying every road. Every turn brought us back to the same town, the same people, the same sign. The trees seemed to close in, the rain turning into a heavy mist that clung to the windshield. Then something moved in the back seat. Liz screamed. I spun around, but nothing was there. My heart pounded, sweat running down my temples. We were panicked, trapped, and running out of options. Jordan shouted, "We have to drive through the town! Straight through!" We did. The Camry rattled and shuddered as we sped past the houses, headlights catching hundreds of silent, staring faces. But this time, the faces weren't still. They all turned slowly to watch us. and from every window they began to move toward the doors, moving toward us. The old man stood in the middle of the road, arms outstretched. "You can't leave!" We didn't slow down. Tires squealed as we crashed over a curb onto a dirt road that led through the woods. The town disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by darkness and rain. We didn't speak for a long time. Not until hours later, when the GPS finally found a signal and we were back on a main highway, that we even tried to laugh. None of us ever mentioned Hollow Creek again. Not to family, not to friends. We didn't know if it was a town, a dream, or some kind of trap that existed outside of reality. But I know one thing. I still wake up sometimes, heart racing, hearing footsteps in the rain and seeing those faces at the windows, smiling, watching, waiting. We never took another road trip. Not one. Story the end. The first day of our road trip was perfect. Sun blazing, windows down, and a playlist of classic rock that made the miles fly by. I was driving, my best friends Claire and Ben in the back, and my boyfriend Mike, riding shotgun. We were headed from Nashville to the Smoky Mountains for a weekend of hiking and camping. We'd taken this route 100 times in Google Maps, but a detour through a supposedly scenic back road looked too good to pass up. The road started harmlessly enough, winding through thick forest with the smell of pine and wet earth filling the car. After an hour, though, things got strange. The radio began cutting out in bursts, static swallowing songs mid-lyric. Mike fiddled with the dial, but nothing helped. Then the GPS rerouted us, insisting we take a smaller road that didn't exist on our paper map. Maybe it's a shortcut, Claire suggested, always the optimist. But the forest around us started closing in, the trees taller, darker, almost pressing on the car from both sides. Shadows seemed to flicker just beyond the headlights. About 20 minutes in, we passed a house, an old cabin, decrepit, like it hadn't seen life in decades. A single light flickered inside, and a man stood in the doorway, rocking slowly. He waved. "Should we stop?" Ben asked, voice tight. I shook my head. "No way. Just keep driving." But the man didn't wave goodbye. He just stood there, staring as if he could see through the car, into our very thoughts. And then, almost imperceptibly, the shadows around him stretched, moving toward the car in a way that made my stomach twist. We tried to keep calm, but the further we drove, the worse it got. The road narrowed, potholes splitting the asphalt, and soon there was no road at all. Just dirt, overgrown with roots and weeds. The air grew colder, our breaths visible even through the windshield. The fog rolled in thick and heavy, swallowing everything beyond the headlights. Then came the sound, soft at first, a tapping against the car. Not from the outside, I realized, but inside the car. Tap, tap, tap. We all froze. Mike pointed to the back window, something there, or someone. The shape was human, thin and hunched, moving impossibly fast. Tap, tap, tap against the glass. Claire screamed and the figure vanished. When I looked back in the rearview mirror, the road behind us had disappeared. Nothing but fog and trees. The GPS spun, useless. Our phones had no signal. Ben grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment and we tried to get out, but the car doors wouldn't budge. It felt like something was holding them closed, pressing from the outside. Then the tapping started again, this time on the roof, moving from front to back. A whisper came with it, low and guttural. "Leave. Leave now." We were terrified. I floored the gas pedal, trying to push through the dirt and roots, but the car seemed to slow, resist. It was like driving through molasses. Then I saw it, shadows lining the road ahead, human-shaped, faceless, and impossibly tall. They didn't move like people, limbs stretching unnaturally with every step. One of them raised an arm. My stomach dropped. The whisper became a scream, echoing inside the car. Ben shouted for me to turn around, but there was no turning. The road ended in more fog, a wall of darkness. Then the car shook violently, as if invisible hands were lifting it. The shadows surrounded us, gliding closer. Claire screamed again, and Mike hit the horn. The sound was deafening, bouncing off the unseen walls, but it didn't faze them. It only seemed to make them angrier. And then suddenly, they were gone. Just as quickly as the terror had come, the fog lifted. We were back on a paved road, just past a small, empty gas station. The GPS worked again. It's like the radio came back on. The forest seemed normal. Normal. Too normal. We didn't speak as we drove out of there. Even when we reached the Smokies, the memory clung to us, silent and suffocating. None of us could explain what we saw. We tried ourselves it was a hallucination, stress, or the long drive messing with our minds, but we all knew better. Weeks later, I drove past that area alone, curiosity getting the better of me. The road was gone, completely overgrown. No cabin, no man, no shadows, just forest. But I could still hear that whisper sometimes when driving late at night, leave, and I've never taken a back road again. Story the end. It started on a sweltering July afternoon when three college friends, Ryan, Megan, and Kyle, decided to take a spontaneous road trip from Atlanta to the Smoky Mountains. They were young, reckless, and desperate for a break from their summer jobs. Their plan was simple: drive up the back roads, camp under the stars, and hike some of the lesser-known trails that most tourists never touched. The first few hours were uneventful. The interstate was crowded, but once they veered off onto a rural state road, traffic disappeared. Rolling hills, dense forests, and occasional abandoned barns made the drive feel like stepping back in time. They played music loud, windows down, and joked about how eerie some of the old structures looked. By late afternoon, they spotted a sign for Hollow Creek Campground, next right. It was a small, almost hand-painted sign that leaned precariously. Kyle, who loved adventures that were slightly off the beaten path, insisted they check it out. The road to Hollow Creek was narrow and overgrown, with tree branches scraping the roof of the car. The GPS had already lost signal. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to swallow the sunlight. When they arrived, the campground appeared abandoned. Rusty fire rings, splintered picnic tables, and empty cabins lined the dirt path. "This is creepy," Megan said, gripping the door handle. Ryan shrugged. "Perfect for us. No one will bother us here." They set up a small campfire near the edge of the woods. Shadows lengthened quickly as night fell, and an unnatural chill settled over the area despite the hot day. The fire crackled, and they told ghost stories to keep themselves laughing, though the laughter felt forced. Around 11 p.m., Kyle went to fetch more wood from the edge of the forest. Megan and Ryan heard him calling their names, but when they shone a flashlight toward the tree line, there was no one there. Ryan laughed nervously. "He's messing with us, right?" But when they called for him again, only silence answered. They ran into the woods, calling Kyle frantically, the flashlight cutting through the darkness. That's when they noticed the first strange thing: footprints. Not human footprints, but long, wide, and oddly shaped, like something with enormous feet had padded silently through the soft earth. They followed them, hearts pounding, until the footprints vanished into the shadows. Returning to the campsite, they found the fire extinguished and their backpacks gone. Panic set in. Ryan tried calling 911, but no signal. Megan suggested they stick together and head back to the main road, but the forest seemed endless, twisting unnaturally. Every familiar landmark they remembered was gone. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. It was impossible to tell. The forest had swallowed them entirely. That's when they heard it. The sound of whispering. Not in words, just low, hissing voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Shadows flitted at the corner of their eyes, moving with a speed no human could match. Suddenly, Kyle appeared, or what looked like him. But his movements were wrong, jerky and uneven. His eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and when he opened his mouth, it wasn't his voice that came out. Megan screamed. Ryan grabbed her and tried to pull her away, but the thing that had been Kyle lunged. It didn't touch them, but the smell was unbearable. Rot, decay, something not entirely alive. They ran blindly through the forest. Trees seemed to close in, branches reaching like fingers. The whispering grew louder, a chorus of voices, hissing, calling, promising. Every so often, the glowing eyes of figures appeared among the trees, watching, waiting. By dawn, they stumbled out of the woods and found a highway. Cars passed by, but when they tried to flag one down, the drivers ignored them as if they weren't there. Desperate, they ran to a gas station they spotted a mile down the road. The attendant there was young, polite, but oddly detached. When they explained what happened, he smiled faintly. "You're lucky to be alive," he said. "Most who wander into Hollow Creek don't come out, at least not all the way." They left immediately, driving hours until the forest and the memories felt distant. But the sense of being watched never left them. At night, they would dream of the shadowy figures, of wide, dragging footprints, and of Kyle's face, smiling but wrong. Weeks later, they tried to research the Hollow Creek campground. Every online search came up empty. Locals denied it existed. Maps had no record of the road they took. It was as if it had never been there. Then, one night, Ryan got a text from an unknown number. A picture came with it. A forest, dark and endless. And in the corner of the image, barely visible, were three glowing eyes staring directly at him. The three friends never spoke of the trip again, but they all knew, in the quiet moments, that something from Hollow Creek had followed them out. That nightmarish forest, the whispering voices, and the thing that had been Kyle were still out there somewhere waiting. Story the end. The old Ford pickup rattled down the back roads of West Virginia, its headlights barely piercing the thick canopy of trees. Jenna and her brother Luke had been on the road for hours, chasing the fading light as they drove toward a small, supposedly off-the-grid cabin they had rented for a weekend getaway. The GPS had insisted they turn left 3 miles back, but the map was old and the signal kept cutting out. "This can't be right," Jenna muttered, gripping the dashboard. "The GPS is saying we're in the middle of nowhere, but I don't see any cabin." Luke smirked. "Relax, it's part of the adventure. Besides, how scary can it be? Just some woods, a little darkness. What's the worst that could happen?" Jenna didn't answer. She'd been uneasy since the moment they hit the winding roads. The forest pressed in on them from both sides, shadows twisting in strange ways under the headlights. Every few minutes, they passed signs warning of steep drops and narrow bridges, but there were no houses, no other cars, nothing. After another half hour of twisting curves and sudden hills, the pickup hit a muddy patch, sliding slightly before regaining traction. Up ahead, a faint light flickered between the trees. "Finally," Jenna whispered, hope blooming in her chest. "That has to be it." They drove closer, but as the headlights illuminated the clearing, Jenna's stomach dropped. The cabin was more like a small, abandoned shack, its roof sagging, walls rotting. A thin column of smoke rose from a crooked chimney, but the windows were shattered, and the door hung loosely on one hinge. Luke?" Jenna's voice trembled. Luke laughed nervously. "Maybe the owner left the fire going. Let's check it out. Don't tell me you're scared already." Jenna didn't answer. Something about the place felt off. The air was too still, the shadows too deep. They stepped out of the truck, the mud sucking at their boots, and approached the door. Inside, the shack was empty, except for a makeshift table, 2 chairs, and a small pile of ash in the fireplace. There were no signs of recent life. No dishes, no supplies. Just the lingering smell of smoke and something else, metallic, coppery. "Maybe someone was living here long ago," Luke said, trying to sound casual. "Old cabin vibes." Jenna nodded, though her gut screamed otherwise. She wanted to leave, turn around and get back to the highway, but Luke was already exploring further, shining his flashlight into a back room. Suddenly, he froze. "Jenna, come here." She walked over cautiously. On the floor, scrawled in something dark that glistened under the flashlight, were words, "You should not be here." Jenna's hand flew to her mouth. "Luke, we should go, now." But as they turned, a low creaking noise echoed from above. The loft. A figure slowly descended the ladder, tall, thin, with pale skin stretched tight over angular bones. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, reflecting the flashlight's beam. Luke backed up, tripping over a chair. The figure didn't speak, it just stood there, staring. "Run!" Jenna screamed. They bolted for the door, but it slammed shut before they could reach it. The figure moved closer, its footsteps silent but deliberate. Panic surged, and Jenna yanked at the door again, hitting the latch with all her strength. It budged just enough for them to squeeze through, stumbling into the wet grass outside. They didn't stop running until the truck was in sight. Luke jumped in, starting the engine with trembling hands. As they sped away, the shack disappeared into the fog behind them, almost as if it had never existed. Hours later, back in a town several miles away, they stopped at a diner to calm down. Jenna tried to explain, but the words felt inadequate. She kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see the pale figure standing at the edge of the road. "Maybe we were just seeing things," Luke said, though he avoided her gaze. "You know, exhaustion, dark roads." Jenna didn't respond. She knew the truth. Some places aren't meant to be found, and some roads lead to things that don't belong in the light. Years later, she still dreams of the shack. In her nightmares, the figure waits, watching silently, and she wakes with the same gut-churning fear she felt that night. Luke doesn't talk about it anymore either, but whenever they pass back roads in the mountains, Jenna can't help but feel the weight of unseen eyes, waiting for travelers foolish enough to wander too far from the safety of the highway. Story the end. The plan had been simple. 3 friends, a long weekend, and a drive from Colorado Springs to a remote campground near the Utah border. I'd taken road trips with Mark and Jenna before, but this stretch was supposed to be different. Quiet highways, Red Rock Desert, no phone service in parts. That was exactly why we chose it. A break from everything. We left on a Friday afternoon in my old 2008 Tacoma, the bed packed with camping gear and a cooler full of sandwiches and cheap beer. The first few hours were easy, traffic thinning as the land flattened, the sky turning into a dome of burnt orange. We joked, played music, and counted dead deer on the side of the highway because we were 3 adults who reverted to children whenever we were together. It was somewhere after Montrose that things shifted. The sun had dropped behind the horizon, leaving this deep cobalt glow, and the last radio station faded into static. The air felt different, too. Drier, colder, like the desert was exhaling. We hadn't seen another car in at least 20 minutes when we reached a long, empty stretch of Highway 90. I remember thinking how the road seemed to hum in a way I hadn't noticed before, almost like it was vibrating under the tires. The kind of feeling that makes you sit up a little straighter, even when nothing's wrong. Anyone else feel that? I asked. Feel what? Mark said from the back seat, half asleep. Road's weird, Jenna murmured. Like soft? Soft wasn't the right word, but I knew what she meant. The asphalt felt off, like we were floating more than driving, and then the headlights caught something ahead, something that shouldn't have been there. A car sat on the shoulder at an angle, nose dipped into a shallow ditch. Its hazard lights blinked weakly, the orange glow fading in and out like flickering candles. Not smashed. Not smoking. Just abandoned-looking, a faded blue sedan, maybe late 90s. All 4 doors closed. No visible damage. Should we stop? Jenna asked, already sounding like she knew the answer. I slowed, instincts warring with every road safety warning we'd ever heard. As we approached, something else came into view. The driver's side door had fresh scratches around the handle. Deep, uneven gouges in the metal, like someone had struggled to open it. No, like someone had clawed it. There were more scratches trailing along the side, jagged and erratic. No footprints in the sand around it, no movement inside. My stomach tightened. Keep going, Mark said quietly. He wasn't joking anymore. I eased back onto the road, and none of us spoke for several minutes. The desert around us seemed bigger, emptier. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting, hoping to see nothing. About 15 minutes later, the Tacoma began to rattle. Just a small shiver at first, then a louder vibration beneath the driver's side. I checked the dash, no warning lights. Tires looked fine before we left, but something felt wrong. Don't stop here, Jenna said. I have to, I said. If the wheel's loose or something. You didn't stop for the car, she snapped. Why would you stop here? Because the steering wheel was vibrating so badly I could barely keep the truck straight. I pulled over. The moment the truck stopped, the silence hit us. Total, absolute silence. Not even insects. Just a low desert wind sliding over the sand. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. The cold hit instantly. Be quick, Jenna called after me. I circled to the front left tire, but it seemed fine. I knelt, checking the lug nuts, the rim, the suspension. Nothing. I turned to head back when my beam hit something in the sand beside the truck. Tracks, but not footprints. Not animal prints either. More like drag marks. 2 parallel lines carved into the sand, leading from the darkness toward the road. Toward us. I followed them with the light until they faded into nothingness about 20 feet out. The desert beyond looked untouched. Guys, I said, keeping my voice steady, we need to go. I didn't wait for answers. I climbed back in, slammed the door, and started the truck. What'd you see? Mark asked. Nothing. Just weird tracks. I kept my eyes forward as we accelerated. Jenna exhaled shakily. I told you we shouldn't stop. We drove in total silence for a long stretch. The desert night pressed against the windows, deep and suffocating. We were supposed to hit a small gas station before turning onto the dirt road for the campground, but when we reached the mile marker, there was nothing there. No lights, no building silhouette, just empty land on both sides. I swear it was marked on the map, Jenna whispered. Maybe it closed down years ago, Mark said. Maps aren't always updated out here. But his voice didn't have conviction. We finally reached the turnoff, an unpaved road that cut between wide mesas. The headlights caught only dust and sagebrush as we bumped along. The further we went, the more wrong everything felt, like the world had stretched out and the campground might not even exist anymore. "I don't see the site," Jenna said. "It should be a mile in," I said. But a mile passed, then two. Just as I was about to suggest turning around, something entered the headlights. A figure, standing in the middle of the dirt road. I hit the brakes, hard. The truck skidded, fishtailing slightly before stopping. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. The figure didn't move. He wore jeans and a dark jacket, but what stood out wasn't his clothes. It was the way he stood, completely still, arms to his sides, as if he'd been placed there. "What the hell?" Mark whispered. "Back up," Jenna breathed. "Back up, back up." But my hands were frozen on the wheel. The man raised his arm, not to wave, not to signal, but to point, straight at us. Then he started walking, slow, deliberate steps. I threw the truck into reverse and hit the gas. The tires spun before gripping, and we lurched backward, dust billowing around us. In the rearview mirror, the figure didn't chase us. He just kept walking, steady, like he knew we couldn't outrun him forever. When we reached the highway again, I didn't stop. We drove east back toward Colorado, desperate to see a town, a gas station, anything. But the desert stretched on endlessly, darker than before. The moon was hidden behind a thick cloud cover. At some point, the Tacoma's headlights flickered. The engine sputtered. "No," I whispered. "Not now. Please not now." The truck jerked once, twice, then died. We coasted to a stop on the shoulder. No one spoke. I tried the ignition again. Click. Again. Click. Nothing. Jenna started crying quietly. Mark ran his hands through his hair, staring out the window like he expected something to appear. And then, faint at first, we saw it. A pair of headlights in the distance behind us. Getting closer. Slow. Too slow. Like the driver wanted us to know they were coming. I killed the interior lights. The headlights approached until they stopped about 50 yards behind us. A long moment passed. Then the car door opened. A single dark figure stepped out, silhouetted in the headlights. Glow. Not rushing, just standing there, watching us, waiting. "What do we do?" Mark whispered. I didn't answer. My mind raced. Stay, run, hide, anything. My heart hammered. Then the figure began walking toward us. I grabbed the door handle. "Run," I said. "Into the desert. Now." We bolted from the truck, sprinting into the darkness. The sand made it hard to run, our steps muffled. Behind us I heard a sharp inhale, a sound like something savoring the chase. We didn't look back. We ran until our lungs burned, until my legs felt like they'd collapse. Only then did we stop, crouching behind a cluster of boulders. The desert was silent again. Too silent. We waited. A minute passed. 5. 10. Nothing. "We're lost," Jenna whispered, voice trembling. "I know," I said. We huddled there until the faintest hint of dawn began to glow on the horizon. With morning light creeping in, the desert looked different. Less monstrous, but still wrong. I climbed the rocks to get a higher view, and froze. Our truck was gone. Completely gone. No tire tracks, no footprints, no signs we'd ever been there. Just untouched desert. Mark and Jenna stared up at me as I climbed back down, my mouth dry. "It's not there," I said. Their faces went pale. We walked east, following the rising sun, hoping it would eventually lead us to a road. Hours passed. The heat grew ruthless. By the time we finally heard the distant hum of a semi, we were dehydrated, exhausted, barely able to wave our arms. The driver was an older man named Rick, who nearly had a heart attack seeing us stumbling out of the desert. He gave us water, radioed for help, and drove us straight to a small town clinic. When we told the sheriff what happened, he exchanged looks with the nurse, subtle, but full of something like recognition. Or fear. He asked us to show him where it happened. We tried, but nothing matched. The stretches of highway we thought we'd seen weren't the same. The turnoff didn't exist. The abandoned sedan wasn't on any record. The sheriff's face hardened with every detail. "This area's strange," he finally said. "Some places aren't on maps anymore. Some roads were decommissioned years ago. Folks get turned around. The desert can play tricks." "But we didn't imagine." "I'm not saying you did." He closed his notebook. "I'm saying the desert keeps its secrets. They never found my truck. No report ever mentioned a blue sedan, or a man standing in the road, or drag marks in the sand. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I dream of headlights approaching slowly from behind, too slowly, like someone still looking for us, or waiting for us to come back." Story, the end. The sun was setting over the plains of Kansas, painting the horizon a bleeding orange when we finally left Wichita. My friends, Derek, Sam, and Lila, and I were packed into Sam's aging Ford Explorer, the back seats stacked with backpacks, snacks, and a cooler full of soda. Our plan was simple: follow Route 50 west to Denver, hitting small towns along the way, camping when we could, and living off the kind of freedom only summer road trips can give you. We thought we knew what we were getting into. The first night was uneventful. We stopped at a small diner outside Dodge City. The waitress was friendly, the coffee hot, and the pie cheap, but surprisingly good. By the time we reached a rest stop to sleep in the Explorer, the stars were bright, and the night was calm. Nobody noticed the van parked across the lot, its engine off, shadows behind the tinted windows. The next morning, the van was gone, or so we thought. By mid-afternoon, we were in a stretch of road where fields of wheat extended endlessly, the kind of place where even a bird seemed out of place. That's when we saw it, a figure walking along the shoulder of the road. At first, it looked like a hitchhiker, waving to us as we passed, but the closer we got, the stranger it seemed. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like someone mimicking a person instead of actually being one. Lila shivered. "Did you see that?" she asked. Derek waved her off. "Probably some drunk kid. Let's keep going." We passed, but in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the figure vanish and then reappear further down the road. Sam didn't notice. He was focused on the GPS, which began acting strange, jumping back and forth between locations. The coordinates didn't make sense. Night fell, and we found ourselves on a 2-lane highway that cut through dense woods. There were no signs, no towns, nothing but dark trees and the occasional flicker of animal eyes in the headlights. Lila insisted we stop and camp, but Sam kept driving, saying we were almost to the next exit. Around 11 p.m., the headlights caught something in the road. A man, or what looked like a man, was standing in the middle, wearing a black hoodie, face obscured. Sam swerved to avoid him, the tires skidding across gravel. The man didn't move out of the way. When we finally stopped, hearts pounding, the man was gone. The road behind us was empty, but the woods seemed alive, shifting as if watching. We pushed on, now tense and silent. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes. Every turn, every shadow seemed to stretch and reach for us. That's when the van appeared again. Black, windows impenetrable, headlights off, following us silently. No matter how fast Sam drove, it stayed the same distance behind. Panic set in. Lila suggested pulling over and calling the police, but neither Sam nor Derek could get a signal. The air in the car was thick, heavy with fear. The shadows outside seemed closer now, flickering across the interior in the corner of our eyes. Finally, we saw a motel sign, blinking weakly in the distance. Willow Creek Motel. Relief surged through us. We pulled in, exhausted, desperate for safety. The motel looked abandoned, paint peeling, windows dark. A single light flickered over the office door. Inside, the woman at the desk didn't look up. Her skin was pale, her hair stringy, eyes sharp and unnervingly still. "Rooms are full," she said flatly. "But you can stay in the parking lot. If you stay inside, they notice." We didn't question her. We parked in a corner, staying in the car, trying to sleep. That's when the banging started, heavy, deliberate, circling the vehicle. Derek jumped out, thinking it might be an animal, but nothing moved. Sam tried honking, shaking the car. The sound came from every direction at once, then stopped. We didn't sleep. By dawn, we were on the road again. The van appeared as soon as we left the parking lot, following silently. This time, there was no mistaking it. It was keeping pace intentionally. And then, the GPS went wild. Every time we looked down, our position flickered back to the motel, as if we hadn't moved at all. Fear turned to hysteria. Lila screamed when she saw figures in the woods, dozens of them, watching from between trees, moving impossibly fast. Derek grabbed a baseball bat from the trunk, though it was useless. Sam kept the foot on the gas, swerving through turns, praying the van would disappear. Hours blurred. The road became unfamiliar. We passed landmarks we didn't recognize, fields that shouldn't exist, signs with names we had never heard. The sun rose and fell unnaturally, dragging a long shadow across the land. That's when the van caught up. It pulled alongside us, and for a brief moment I saw the driver. A face pale and expressionless, eyes black and empty, lips moving in a whisper we couldn't hear. Then it was gone, replaced by shadow, as if it had never existed. Finally, in a moment of reckless desperation, Sam turned off the highway entirely, crashing through a gravel service road that led to a small river crossing. The van followed but slowed, stopping at the edge, as if respecting a boundary we couldn't see. We didn't wait. We pushed the Explorer through the shallow water, tires sloshing through mud and reeds, until finally we broke into a stretch of road that led to a familiar exit, a highway sign for Salina. The van was gone. No shadows, no figures, just normal, ordinary Kansas. We didn't stop to think, didn't speak. We drove straight through to Denver, never taking back roads again, never camping, never stopping anywhere that wasn't populated. Even now, years later, when I drive late at night, I can't shake the memory of that van. The way it appeared out of nowhere, the way it followed with a patience that felt intelligent, almost hungry. Sometimes I think about that stretch of Kansas road, and I wonder if anyone else ever disappears there, following roads that weren't meant to be traveled, chased by shadows that wait for the foolish and the curious. The first thing I remember clearly about that night was the way the road looked, too empty for a Thursday, like every car in the state had decided at once to avoid that stretch of Route 191. The asphalt was dry, the sky clear, and the temperature had just started to dip into that late fall chill that makes the steering wheel feel like metal pulled from a freezer. I had been on the road since Arkansas, heading back to Flagstaff after visiting my parents. It was supposed to be an easy 2-day drive, but between a late start and a construction detour outside Albuquerque, I ended up driving far later than I planned. The sun had already sunk behind the desert mesas, leaving a faint orange bruise along the horizon. I had another 90 miles before the next real town, and I was already feeling the kind of tired that makes the lines on the road wiggle if you blink too long. My playlist had run out of good music hours before, so I turned it off and cracked the window instead. The cold air slapped me awake for a little while. Sometime after 9, I passed a sign for a scenic overlook. I didn't plan to stop, but as I drove by, my headlights swept across something on the curb. A car. A beat-up blue sedan, parked crooked, its hazard lights blinking weakly. I slowed instinctively. There wasn't supposed to be anyone out here, and if someone was stranded, ignoring them would gnaw at me for the rest of the drive. I pulled over behind the sedan, kept the engine running, and got out. "Hello?" I called. A woman sat in the driver's seat, her head down, hair spilling across her face. She looked young, 20s maybe, thin, wearing a hoodie and jeans. She didn't move when I approached, not even when I tapped lightly on the window. "You okay?" I asked again. Her head rose slowly like she'd been underwater. She rolled the window down just a crack. "My car died," she said. Her voice sounded raw, like she'd been crying for hours. "I don't have cell service. Do you?" I checked my phone, 1 bar, flickering. "Maybe enough to make a call. Want me to call someone for you?" She swallowed, looking past me toward the empty road. "Could you give me a ride into town? I don't want to stay out here alone." There was something hesitant in the way she said it, like she expected me to refuse. I thought about the warnings my mom always gave me about picking up strangers, but leaving her here felt worse. I unlocked the passenger door. "Yeah, come on. I'm heading west." She grabbed a backpack from the floor, gave her dead car one last tortured look, then climbed in beside me. I noticed her hands were shaking, badly. We were back on the road, and for the first few miles she said nothing. Finally, she exhaled sharply. "Thank you," she whispered. "Really? I didn't think anybody would stop." "Not a lot of traffic out here tonight," I said. "What happened? Car just died on you?" She shook her head once sharply. "No, not the car." She didn't elaborate, and something about her tone made me drop the question. She kept glancing out the back window every few seconds like she expected someone to appear behind us. "You heading to Flagstaff?" she asked after a long silence. "Yeah. You?" "No." She didn't offer more. I started to wonder if picking her up had been a mistake. Still, she seemed more scared than dangerous. About 15 minutes later, the road cut into a narrow pass between 2 ridges. The darkness on either side felt heavier there, as if the cliffs were leaning in. Out of nowhere, the woman tensed. "Slow down," she whispered. "What? Why? Just slow down." I eased off the gas. Her breathing got faster. "Are you okay?" I asked. Her voice came out thin as paper. I think they're here." A dozen questions formed in my mind, but before I could ask any of them, something flashed in my rearview mirror. Headlights. Two of them, low to the ground, approaching fast. The woman whimpered and grabbed the door handle. "Keep driving," she said. "Please, don't stop." "It's just another car," I said, trying to sound calm. She shook her head hard. "No, it's not." The headlights drew closer until they were too close, riding barely a foot behind my bumper. I tapped the brakes lightly to signal them to back off, but they didn't. They stayed right there, pressing in, almost touching. "Maybe they want to pass," I muttered. "They don't," she whispered. "They won't." The car behind us flashed its high beams. Once, twice, 3 times. My pulse spiked. "What do they want?" I asked. She stared ahead, eyes glassy. "To finish what they started." She didn't look like she was lying. She looked like someone who had survived something she shouldn't have. I pressed harder on the gas, speeding up through the winding pass. The car behind us matched every move, staying impossibly close. Another burst of high beams. The woman covered her face with her hands. "They followed me from Colorado," she said. I thought I lost them. But they always find me." "Who?" I demanded. "Who is that?" But she only shook her head. The car behind us darted left suddenly, pulling into the opposite lane. For a second, I thought they were trying to pass, but instead they swerved toward us, forcing me toward the guardrail. "Hold on," I yelled. I jerked the wheel, the tires skidding dangerously close to the edge. The other car slowed just enough to slide back behind us like it was playing with its food. My heart was hammering so loudly I could barely hear the engine. "There's a turnout ahead," the woman said breathlessly. "Don't take it. They'll corner us." "Then what do we do?" "Just keep driving. Don't stop unless I tell you." The red taillights of the other car glowed briefly as it tapped its brakes like it was signaling something to us. Then it rammed us. Hard. The impact shoved the back of my SUV sideways. I fought the steering wheel as the whole vehicle fishtailed. The woman screamed. I regained control just before we slammed into the rock wall. Sweat poured down my face despite the cold. "That's it," I yelled. "I'm calling the cops." "No," she snapped. "There won't be time. They'll—" Her words cut off as the road straightened and widened. The car behind us accelerated, pulling alongside again. It was an old black SUV, windows tinted pitch dark. No plates. "What do they want with you?" I asked. She stared at the black SUV like it was a nightmare she'd seen before. "They take people," she said. "Pick random roads, random nights. They follow you until—" The black SUV swerved into us again. Metal screamed. My side mirror exploded. I stomped the gas. My engine roared. "They like the lonely stretches," she continued shakily. "Places where no one hears anything." "How long have they been chasing you?" 3 days. My stomach dropped. 3 days? Without stopping? "They stop," she said, "but not for long." The SUV rammed us again, harder this time. My back window cracked. I couldn't outrun them. They were heavier, faster, and ruthless. "Exit's coming up," she said suddenly, pointing ahead. "Take it, now." I didn't question her this time. As soon as the tiny exit sign came into view, I veered right onto the narrow ramp. The black SUV overshot us, roaring past. Relief washed over me until I saw the SUV brake hard, skid sideways, and whip around. They were coming back. The exit ramp dropped sharply into a shadowy service road. I floored it, tires spitting gravel. The woman clutched her backpack like a life vest. "They'll follow us," she said. "We need to get off the road." "How? There's nowhere out here." "There," she whispered, pointing to a narrow dirt path branching off the service road, barely visible. I swerved onto it. The path jostled the SUV violently, brush scraping the sides. My headlights revealed a decrepit fence and, beyond it, a cluster of abandoned buildings, old ranger cabins, judging by the peeling green paint. I killed the engine and lights. We sat in darkness. For 10 seconds, nothing. Then the distant roar of the other vehicle grew louder. "They'll look for us," she whispered. No kidding. She reached into her bag and pulled out something that made my stomach clench. A hunting knife. "It's not for you," she said softly. I've had to keep it close." The SUV's engine grew louder, then quieter, then louder again. They were searching nearby. I leaned in close. "Why are they after you?" she swallowed. "Because I got away, and they don't allow that." Before I could respond, the rumble of the black SUV stopped. Completely. Lights snapped on, floodlights, bright and white, sweeping over the trees, then the fence, then the cabins. Getting closer. "They know," she whispered. "They always know." I grabbed her hand. We run. Through the back. Come on. We slipped out of the SUV as quietly as we could and hurried behind the cabins, crouching low. The floodlights grew brighter. Voices drifted through the cold air, 3 or 4 men, calm, controlled. We made it to the tree line when a shout rang out. There! A beam of light landed on us. Move! I yelled. We sprinted into the desert brush. Branches whipped my face. The ground sloped downward toward a dry ravine. Behind us, heavy footsteps thundered, getting closer. We reached the ravine and slid down the embankment, landing hard. I twisted my ankle but forced myself up. Keep going, she urged. We ran until my lungs were burning, until my legs buckled. Finally, we collapsed behind a cluster of boulders. The desert fell silent again, except for our ragged breathing. After a minute, she whispered, I'm sorry. For what? For getting you involved. You didn't cause this. But even as I said it, something nagged at me, something she hadn't told me. Why were you on that road alone? I asked. She lowered her head. Because I escaped when they stopped for gas. I ran into the woods. They must have noticed right away. I didn't think they'd follow this far. A cold realization washed over me. Your car, the one you were in, that wasn't yours, was it? She didn't answer. The men's voices grew louder again. They were sweeping the ravine. I reached for her hand. We'll figure this out. We just need to. A voice boomed behind us. Don't move. A flashlight hit my eyes. Heavy footsteps approached. I stood slowly, raising my hands. The man who stepped into view wore dark clothing, a tactical vest, and carried a rifle. His face was expressionless. The woman beside me trembled uncontrollably. Please, she whispered, not again. The man didn't look at me. He looked at her. You caused a lot of trouble, he said evenly. Come on, let's go. She shook her head violently. I'm not going back. The man lifted the rifle slightly. I stepped between them on instinct. Hey, listen, we can talk about this. The butt of the rifle slammed into my temple. The world exploded into white pain. I collapsed. Dimly, through the ringing in my skull, I heard her screaming, struggling, kicking, heard the men dragging her, heard the vehicle doors slam, heard the engine fade into the night. I don't know how long I lay there in the cold dirt. When I finally managed to push myself upright, the horizon was beginning to lighten. Dawn. I staggered back to the service road. My SUV was still there, doors hanging open, my phone had no service. When I finally reached the highway hours later, limping, half-conscious, I flagged down a trucker who called the police. I told them everything. They found nothing. No black SUV, no abandoned cabins, no tire tracks, no signs of struggle, no record of the woman at all. For months afterward, I stayed off lonely roads. I locked every door twice. I kept the lights on in my apartment all night. Because the one thing I really know, is that she didn't lie. Someone took her. Someone who had done it before. And I'm afraid they'll do it again. Story the end.